Live. It should be going live in just a few seconds.
Okay.
Okay, gang, we should be live now. If you would please give us a 5x5. 5x5. Let us know if you can hear us okay. Jimmy D is also with me, and he's on the phone with speakerphone. Jimmy, why don't you chime in?
Hi, guys. Nice to talk to you all again. Happy event that we are brought together for, is it not? I love it.
Yep. So hopefully you guys heard Jimmy okay. If you didn't, let me know so I can make adjustments and changes. And once again, welcome all of you to this event, to this historic event, where we actually get Sapa done in Missouri, and meaningfully so. Okay, Dennis, give us a 5x5. Okay, Liberty says he sees cameras being prepped. Liberty, let us know if you can hear us okay. I don't know if you've got a speakerphone deal or if you've got, like some earbuds or something. Let us know. And unfortunately, there'll probably be a delay for you. By the way, I want to say, for those of you who are at the event, thank you for going to the event. This is really cool. I wish I could have joined you guys. Wish I could have been there with you guys. Good to go, says Dinah. Okay, thank you. Okay, in the meantime, let me see what I can do to get our live stream put all over Facebook. So, let's see. Refresh. Here we go, we're live. Okay, and copy. Okay, turn that off. Alright, let me go through Facebook here, go through my groups, and put our live stream in there. You guys can see me do that live. I don't mean to waste your time or anything, but now that we're live, we should let everyone know. Paste. Okay. Getting her done, and then I'll put it on Twitter too.
Liberty says that it's starting to fill up, TC, at Frontier Justice, so it looks like we're going to get a lot of patriots turning up for this one.
Gotcha. Okay. Good deal. Okay, and post my Facebook link. Yeah, let me figure out how to do that. It's Timmy Chonga. Copy. And up here, paste. I believe that'll take you to the Facebook. That's Timmy Chonga is basically my... you guys all know my real name by now. I mean, there's no way I could have done, what I did with, my political activism by going by Timmy Chonga for too long. But that is the account I have. So that's just... and by the way, that's an account that I don't really do much with it. I have Facebook so I can have access to the groups. So just so you know. Okay, now on to Twitter. Okay. Twitter. Home. And put in the link. Paste. Oops, not that one. This one. Copy. Paste. There we go. That looks better. Okay. Alright, so Facebook and Twitter, no, we are there. So, let's see, I don't need that tab. Let's go back to Governor Parsons. Okay.
Now Liberty is reporting that the governor has got on scene.
Okay, governor's there. Awesome. Awesome. I'm really hoping that that something shows up. I get some kind of notification real quick. Let me know when it looks like they're actually going live, Liberty. I've liked Governor Parsons' page and his personal Mike Parsons page on Facebook. I'm sure it'll be on the governor side, but I haven't received any notifications of anything, any live events. Okay, so how's everyone doing today? Big day, everyone. Big, big day. And thank you all for being with us today. That's pretty freaking awesome of you. And also, too, I am ready. Once again, I am ready for when this gets signed by the governor.
That will be a, how should we say, Patrick, that will be a long-awaited deal for us, won't it?
Yeah, it will. Yeah, our involvement started about 3 years ago. Would that be right, Jimmy?
Close to it.
Or let's put it this way, 3 legislative sessions ago.
Yeah.
So that's where it started. And it's actually, you know, while we're waiting for this to go live and the chat's kind of quiet there, kind of give you the etymology of how this all started with the 3 amigos. And Dale says hello. Hey there, Dale. Thank you for joining, man. Appreciate it. Good day. Good day, Dale. And Michelle. And once again, thank you all for joining. This is freaking awesome. This is a great day, by the way. But it all started because I reported on some fake news. Yes, that's true. I did. I actually reported on some fake news on the Second Amendment Preservation Act back in 2019. And I didn't know it was fake news. I didn't even pick up the phone and call my senator. I assumed it was correct news. And so when I posted that story, and it was on the Second Amendment Preservation Act when they tried to get it through in 2019. And then Jimmy D had chimed in and said, you know, that's not real. And then brought in someone that was a friend of his called David Burden. And we're talking about commenting in the sections, for, the comment sections in YouTube. So at any rate, what I realized at that point, and it's something that Jimmy realized, because Jimmy has a part of the puzzle that I never knew before, was that no one was reporting on what was truly going on with Sapa. It was non-existent. We're not, no alternative media, no guy with a YouTube channel, no guy with any video platform whatsoever was reporting truly what was going on with Sapa. It was only on Facebook, period. That's it. And so at any rate, Jimmy and David identified me as someone who could probably bring that to light, as far as YouTube goes, and actually start generating some grassroots, some real grassroots action for people to start getting involved in this wonderful legislation, which no one even knew about. No one knew about it. And J.D. Richardson, hello. Resin, welcome, buddy. And Richard, of course, is here. Hey, and hopefully you'll be back home soon, Richard. And, of course, Chris Stiegman, Michelle, Dale, Liberty Revolutionary. So at any rate, do you want to continue on with the story there, Jimmy?
Well, essentially, you laid all the groundwork there. Basically, you turned out to be the most excellent platform to put this out on, and that started a journey for all 3 of us. We probably should mention that David is no longer with us. David passed away, but we still consider him part of this little group, and because, well, I kind of get a little choked up, but he'd have been proud of this day.
Yeah. He's with us, though. I know he is. And by the way, guys, I do believe that David actually helped a little tiny bit with some of the language of Sapa. And he was that good with the Constitution. He found a few things that needed to be tweaked. And he certainly didn't write the legislation. I don't want to give that impression. He didn't. That was Ron Calzone and his attorney. I believe they're the original authors of the legislation. But I think that it's important to bring up David Burden, because without David Burden and Jimmy D, I wouldn't be doing this. Once again, they kind of opened my eyes to the fact that no one was covering this in anywhere other than Facebook. That was the only place SAPA was covered, and that was, of course, because of Ron Calzone and Ron Calzone's grassroots that he had built up. But it becomes somewhat of an echo chamber, and it's really hard to share Facebook postings with people outside of Facebook. That's the beautiful thing about YouTube. You don't have to be a member of YouTube to watch videos on YouTube. So kind of, started doing that with the Truth, Money, and Freedom channel. And many of you have been with us, since we started Truth, Money, and Freedom. But I'll be announcing today, we actually do have a new channel that we'll be moving all the Missouri stuff to, and we'll get to that here after the event. So please stay with us after the event. We'll do a toast and all that fun stuff, and then we'll start talking about the future and the future of SAPA. The future of what are the possibilities now that we have SAPA. And I think it's going to be a great conversation. I'm sorry, let me get back to the chat here. Resin says, thanks for doing this. Hey, you're welcome, buddy. Thank you for everything you've been doing. I know you've been very active, Resin. Let's see, JD Rich. Happy freedom from Tyranny Day, everyone. That's awesome, JD. Hey, JD, look at that. You see the flag in the background, buddy? That's because of your recommendation. I actually found a store in Springfield last night. I got there right before they closed, and I got myself a Missouri flag to hang up. Hello, everyone. What a great day, says Ryan Cerny. Hey, Ryan, welcome, man. Let's see. Yes, Missouri is God's country. Couldn't agree more, Richard. Let's see. Murray O'Hill. Guys, sorry about that. It's hard for me to read. My second monitor's on top of my first, and it's a little high. Let's see. Work still to be done, Richardson, but it's a great step. I agree. And we're going to talk about that after the event. We're actually going to talk about that. So we'll keep everything going, even after the event is over and the signature's over and everything. I'm sure there'll be some speeches and everything we'll want to listen to. Agree, Murchill, the fight will go on, but sure is a great accomplishment. That's right, JD. Couldn't agree more. Let's see. Hey, brothers. Hey, Gabriel. Welcome. Glad you're here. And
just remember, guys, we absolutely need you all to stay with us after this event goes on. We've got some what we think is exciting things to tell you all, and but we must remain vigilant on this thing, because the powers that be are not going to like this legislation, and they're going to try to take it away from us. So please stay with us all the way through the broadcast, please.
So, to continue on with the story, David Burden actually started with Jimmy, actually, and I started talking to Jimmy on the phone, and then ultimately started talking to David Burden on the phone, and talking to them about the missing component, basically for getting SAPA information out there to the grassroots, because this simply can't get done, or I'm sorry, it could have been done, but it was much harder to do without grassroots. And the grassroots, the only real grassroots there were in 2019 was Aaron Dorr had just started the Missouri Firearms Coalition, so he didn't have much grassroots. But Ron Calzone's grassroots was the only one out there. But we needed a larger grassroots just to flex muscle up in Jefferson City. You guys know how politics works. There's power in numbers. So Jimmy and David, basically, it's not like they were strong-arming me or anything. They said, sure, it would be nice, if we had someone who had a YouTube channel, could actually get this information out, because that's our problem. The information's not getting out. David had a group of people he was emailing with back and forth, but many of them weren't even in the state. So, at any rate, that's the etymology of how I got involved in SAPA. And, of course, shortly after that, I met up with Ron Calzone, Eric Burleson, the famous meeting with Eric Burleson at the coffee shop that Jimmy D and I went to go meet him. And that really started, that kick started the grassroots as far as truth, money, and freedom was concerned. So I got a lot more information. And I want to say, Eric Burleson and Jared Taylor. Eric is my senator. Jared is my representative. And these guys we're really proud of them. They're very, very good folks. I hate to talk, when I think Eric Burleson, this is what I think, gang. We're talking about the senator that actually put this out. As we're, once again, still waiting for them to go live, apparently within 13 minutes or so. When I think Eric Burleson, he is the ultimate host. Every time I visited him in his office, he offers me his office to do the things that I need to do with Truth, Money, and Freedom. He always, offers me coffee, soda, water, whatever I want. He, like I said, it's like going to someone's home that's really happy to see you. And that's immediately what I think about when someone says Eric Burleson. Jared Taylor, what I think about right away is, because I spent some days up in Jefferson City last year and this year, but how late Jared works. That's immediately what I think about, because I've seen him there very, very late at night, still working.
He's a midnight cowboy.
Yeah. Yep. And so at any rate, these are the two gentlemen that put out these bills, both one bill in the Senate, one in the House. The Senate bill got somewhat slaughtered, and so we went with the House bill. And because of the pressure of the grassroots, you guys remember all this. We'll talk about this after it as well. The people that we need to remember that tried to squash the Second Amendment Preservation Act. We will talk about that. We will actually get into the individuals, and we'll talk about what should be done, with those individuals. So, basically what you could do to prevent something like that from happening again. So, hang on. We got some more folks in. Sorry, guys, I tend to rabble on. Vigilantes. That's right. We're vigilantes. Scott Mason, good afternoon. Hey, Scott. Welcome. And it's actually morning. No, it's not. It is afternoon. You're right. I'm all screwed up. Awesome possum. Screw the feds. I agree, man. This is the first step, for a state literally to take back their Second Amendment, literally from the federal government. Remember now, all of our rights reside with the states, but unfortunately, in 1933, 1934, the Firearms Act, I can't remember what it's called, Jimmy, is basically
Federal Firearms Act.
Thank you. All the states, what they did basically was they said, okay, we'll let you be the custodian of our Second Amendment rights. They gave it to the federal government. And the federal government was supposed to be the watchdog to make sure that our rights didn't get taken away. And they did once again, let's not, say they did a good job, but the attacks are becoming so ferocious on the Second Amendment. The state of Missouri, with the Second Amendment Preservation Act, has noticed that the Second Amendment is getting molested by the federal government. On all three branches, gang. All three branches are doing it. The executive branch is doing it, legislative and judicial. They're all molesting the Second Amendment. So we're taking it back. With this signature today, we are taking back our Second Amendment here in the state of Missouri. And we want other states to do this too, by the way. It shouldn't just be us. Now, we're proud that it's us and that we're doing it, but what we want is we want Oklahoma to do it. We want Kansas to do it. We want Iowa and Minnesota to do it. We want all the states to do it. We need to take back our rights.
And no truer words have ever been spoken. That is a dream of ours, honestly, to see this go from coast to coast. Well, maybe not California and New York, because we all know about that. But we want every chunk of land in the middle.
Mm-hmm. Ryan Cerny says, yes, we definitely need to follow up with thinning out against the people, politicians in Jeff City. That's right, Ryan. And when we're done with the actual event today, we're going to keep the live stream going, because Jimmy and I have lots of announcements to make, and also we have basically plans on what we need to do with some of those folks up in Jeff City. There's 3 in particular that we need to focus our attention on, and there's 2 sheriffs that we need to focus attention on. There's probably more than 2 sheriffs, but I have direct, let's just say that I know of 2 sheriffs that would be very easy to go after. So we need to get rid of the politicians and the sheriffs that are anti-Second Amendment. And by the way, I say that very deliberately, anti-Second Amendment. We'll get into that later, but they are. And there's just no doubt about it. So whether they're anti-Second Amendment because of ideology, because of federal funding, because of their personal feelings, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. None of those even matter. The fact is they are anti-Second Amendment. And we can prove it. So hopefully, and by the way, if you guys who are physically on site, and I know there's like 4 of you up there, please chime in so you guys can all meet each other up there. That is just super cool. Like I said, I really wish I was up there with you guys. They won't take it away from us without a fight. That's right, Voodoo. Yes, we need to help out with the grassroots movement in these states around us. We all need to stand together. That is correct, Ryan. And we're gonna, Jimmy D and I have lots and lots of interesting, very good ideas about that. And we'll chime in after the event is over. We'll talk about that. This is a very important conversation that we need to have about this.
Yes, Voodoo, we have no intentions of ever letting them take this back again. That is I will stand on that. It's like the people were lax for too long. They let them take and take and take. All right, my line in the sand has been drawn. They're not getting a dime from me.
Scott Mason says, I'm almost surprised that Parsons is signing it, to be honest. Actually, Scott, we could delve into this later, but it's almost political suicide for him not to sign it. What we kind of expected on the inside was basically for him not to sign it and just let it go through by default because of the emergency clause. That's kind of what we were thinking might happen with him, but we didn't expect him to veto it. If he vetoes it, there's more than enough support to get it through again. So he would have severe egg on his face after that. Once again, guys, it's because of the grassroots that Parsons couldn't do that. He couldn't veto because of you, because of all of you guys that cared about this. That goes for our local police chiefs. That's right, Dale. And if we can identify them, we need to talk about them. Illinois is lost. I don't know if we can help him. Resin, if you refer to Illinois, if we can help them, I don't know about that either. California is lost, New York is lost, and Illinois is lost, kind of in my mind. And there might be 2 or 3 others I'm not thinking of very clearly right now, right off the bat. Not happy with the NRA not advocating for Missouri. Yep, we could talk about that. The NRA, guys, that's a dead duck organization. They have been against the Second Amendment Preservation Act from the very beginning. They have been of absolutely no help. So clearly, there's a couple of reasons, but the first and foremost is because they want NRA members in Missouri, right? Well, if we have the Second Amendment Preservation Act, we're not federal anymore on our Second Amendment. We're state. And the NRA is basically a federal organization. And we already have a state organization with Aaron Dorr, the Missouri Firearms Coalition. So can't swear an oath of the office to uphold the Constitution and be anti-Second Amendment at the same time. That's right, Awesome Possum. That's exactly what we're going to be talking about. Chris Diekman says, as far as I'm concerned, the politicians and sheriffs say stuff like, I'm for the Second Amendment, but, that's correct, are just as guilty as those that are blatantly anti-Second Amendment. That is correct, Chris. And that's an important thing to point out to these politicians and sheriffs.
There is no but.
That's right, there is no but. That's all right, Chris. I read right through your typos like a hot knife through butter.
That's because you're a brilliant mind.
No, that's because I do typos myself and I can read typo. I invented typo. New York is just beginning to fight. Not sure about that. We'll look into that later. You just joined the MFC the other day, Missouri Firearms Coalition. Excellent, Ryan. Good deal. Good deal.
Listen, you guys, if we haven't said it enough already, we really want to extend to you our gratitude for all that you've done. I mean, again, without you, I mean, TC and I can do whatever we do, and that's fine and dandy, but without all of you people making phone calls, sending emails, joining us on these chats, getting with the program, you guys are becoming a serious force to be reckoned with. And thank you very much for your efforts.
Yep, I agree, Jimmy. Thank you for saying that. And there's a lot of folks that that got really, really fired up last year, and we would have got this done last year. Now there were some problems last year. We'll talk about that later, but we would have got it done if they didn't close down the government. It would have been pretty much a done deal. We had a good, solid grassroots support, but once again, this year we had it again. We couldn't have done it without the grassroots gang. There are other ways of getting stuff like that done, and they've done it in the past, but at the same time, the governor vetoed it. That was Jay Nixon. We did actually get this across the finish line to the governor's desk, but Nixon vetoed, and then one of the senators turned their yes vote into a no vote on the veto override, and that's why we didn't get it done. I believe that was 2013. So I'm sure hoping that the governor goes live on Facebook. Hey, if you guys see any links or any stories with a direct link to the governor going live, please let me know. And try opening the governor's website here and see if there's any.
What time did he say he was going live exactly?
2 o'clock.
Okay, well, he's got like a minute or two. Okay. Hope he's on time.
Oh, hang on. There's a live video going on right now. All right, hang on. Watch live video. Okay, gang, this looks like it's it, so I'm going to cut the mic. We're going to watch this live together. We'll be commenting and everything, but I'm going to cut my mic. So Jimmy D and I, you won't be able to hear us, but we'll be active with you guys in the chat. Please stay for the whole event and afterwards, too, if you can. Okay, gang, let me cut the other mic. Get the other one going.
Picture and a half. Oh, they do.
Picture of us. We have 1 + 2 = 3. First and second. Get your hand over, get your
Way to go, boys. Got yourself a new friend.
Well, he's going to be old enough to vote by the time the graduation.
I was giving them a list of those civics on the drive up there, and they were saying, we don't get that.
No, I bet they don't.
So, telling them about how good.
everybody. Good afternoon and welcome to Frontier Justice. How's everybody doing today? I want to introduce my lovely wife. This is Brent Brown. I'm Mike Brown. We are the founders and owners of Frontier Justice, and it gives me great pride to be here today, which is probably arguably the best day for the Second Amendment in the United States. To secure rights for the Second Amendment and our freedoms of the Constitution, and we've got some great folks here today that have done all the hard work and heavy lifting on behalf of the people of America and Missouri. And I'd like to go ahead and introduce Senator Burleson first, so he can give a little talk about the work he's been doing down in Jeff City.
This is a beautiful location. I walked in the door and I think they're going to need a mop to pick up all the drool that I left as I came through here. This effort was not just done by myself or Representative Taylor or Representative Davidson. This is an effort that has taken years and years to get to this point. And I want to say thank you to everyone who was involved. And if I missed you, I apologize, but I'm going to try to do my best to recognize those who did such a hard job to get here. First, Representative Doug Funderburk, who was not able to make it here today. He was the first original sponsor of this language back in 2013, when we almost got it passed and made it to the governor's desk, but it was a different governor. It's taken a good governor to get this done this time. This language, if you've ever taken a chance to read it, it is poetic, it is beautiful, and it's bold and it's strong. And the language was not crafted by myself, it was written by a gentleman named Dave Rowland, who is a brilliant legal scholar who helped write this language. And as well as it took consulting from another attorney in our state who has dedicated his life to the Second Amendment causes, helping me pass things like constitutional carry and stand your ground. And that's Judge Dale Roberts, who is also here today. Also, I want to say thank you to the grassroots and the advocacy groups, without whom we would never have had the momentum or been able to motivate so many lawmakers to understand that this was a priority. And so I want to say thank you to folks like Ron Calzone, who is here. I want to say thank you to Aaron Dorr and the Missouri Firearms Coalition, as well as Steve Lampley and Dr. Ken Spangler with the Missouri Republican Assembly. Without these groups, we would not have been able to get the momentum to be here. Again, this is not, while we legislators were here to sign this, this is your bill. And I want you all to be proud of this and to celebrate this as a major win. Because what we're doing today is taking a stand against a tyrannical federal government. Yes. A leader at the executive level nationally who wants to take away your rights, think of how different it is to have a governor who is leading to ensure and protect and keep your rights safe. It's a dramatic difference and something that we Missourians should be grateful for, to have a leader like Governor Parsons. So what we're doing with the stroke of the pen, we are telling this executive leader, this president, who wants to take away our rights in Missouri, that he can go pound sand. So again, I want to say thank you to the House sponsors, Representative Bishop Davidson and Representative Jared Taylor. And with that, I want to turn it over to both of these gentlemen. I'm proud that they are in my Senate district. And anytime you ever want to come down to Southwest Missouri, you're all welcome. It's also God's country. But I want to turn things over to Representative Jared Taylor.
Well, thank you all for being here today. I just can't thank you enough. Like Senator Burleson said, if it were left to legislators, this bill would have never been done. This was done because of the grassroots. This was done because each and every one of you took time out of your day to go to Jeff City, to write emails, to make phone calls, and to hold your legislators accountable for what they said they were going to do when they went to Jeff City, which is protect Second Amendment rights in the state of Missouri. Yeah. This bill is because of the effort that you all made. It's groups like Missouri First and Ron Calzone and Aaron Dorr and the Missouri Firearms Coalition and the Missouri Republican Assemblies Organization. It's grassroots like that that got this bill done. This bill is the strongest Second Amendment protection bill in the entire country. We are leading the country in protecting Second Amendment rights here in the state of Missouri. Yeah. Other states have taken this language, something that we started here in the state of Missouri with Dave Rowland and a few others, and they are applying it in their state. I think there's 5 other states that have passed similar legislation, but it's not as strong as Missouri. We're holding our law enforcement accountable. If they violate your Second Amendment rights, there will be consequences. We want to make sure that those rights are protected and that there are enforcement mechanisms in this bill. And because of your hard work, we were able to keep the teeth in this bill. I just want to say thank you again to the governor for signing this bill. I want to say thank you to Representative Bishop Davidson for all his hard work on this bill, and especially Senator Bertelsen, who's always been a great mentor to me, who's been an amazing champion of the Second Amendment in the state of Missouri, and will continue to do so for years to come, and look forward to working with him. I also want to say thanks to my wife and family. I'm sorry, you're over there. And now I want to turn it over to the first co-sponsor of the bill. When I filed this bill, Representative Hardy Billington signed on to this bill, and I asked him, I said, Hardy, I would really like for the Speaker of the House, Rob Vescovo, to be the first co-sponsor, because he made this a priority. He made this a priority. We got this out of the House in February. It was one of the first 3 bills that we got out of the House because of Rob's leadership, because of the Speaker's leadership. And Hardy was willing to step aside and let the Speaker be the first co-sponsor. And then as soon as the Speaker became the first co-sponsor, Hardy Billington co-sponsored as well. And I'm going to turn the microphone over to him and thank him.
Thank you all for coming today. You know, the Second Amendment is your bill. That's who it is. That's why this bill got done, was for all you guys. And also, we got a great governor here who is strong, who loves the Second Amendment, who's going to sign the bill. I'm very grateful for him. I got an AR-15 in my house. Now, no one is coming to get my AR-15.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've had the pleasure through this company to meet some great people, but I will tell you sincerely that I've had the opportunity to get them know them personally, and Governor Parsons and his wife Teresa are just absolutely wonderful people, and it is my honor and my privilege to introduce the governor of the state of Missouri, Governor Mike Parsons.
Lieutenant Governor was trying to get in here. I don't know if he can get through the security now. Come on in. We'll let you in here too. So first of all, I just want to, you've heard a lot of speakers today. One of the things I dearly believe in and what this facility represents. It represents Christian values, family values, and the Constitution. And the Second Amendment is deeply enrooted in the Constitution. It is our job to protect the Second Amendment. So I'm very glad. And for Mike and Bryn to open this up today and to wear what they believe on their shirt sleeves every day Couldn't be more proud to sign it here at Frontier Justice and the facilities that they have and what this represents. So it's great to be here in Lee Summit today to be able to do this. I also want to just make a comment as the speakers were up here today. When I first went to Jeff City related to the Second Amendment, me and a former sheriff introduced a piece of legislation called the Castle Doctrine here in the state of Missouri, and it ended up going national. I didn't quite know it was going to be in the headline news last year as much as it was. But thankful for now. So when these pieces of legislations are passed, you never know what the end result of those are going to be someday. But again, it's about protecting individual rights. And look, the federal government, you've had the Vice President of the United States get up in an open forum when she was running for president, if you remember this, and any particular weapon she decided she didn't like, she was going to come to your house on your front door and take it away. Well, not in Missouri, she's not. The purpose of this bill, as you heard, the senators and the reps are up here and all the hard work they've done to make this happen. The purpose is this, to stand up to the federal government, which we have to do as individuals, and be able to go up there and say, look, we are the people. We're the people. You're not the people. And we're going to do things to make sure you don't overreach your authority from the federal government, as we say day in and day out. When the federal government seems to want to tell us what it is we're supposed to believe, it's the opposite of that. We're the ones that are representing the people of the United States of America. We are. And trust me, the states are the firewall to the federal government. If we haven't learned that in the last 14 months, I don't know when we're ever going to get that on that. The Second Amendment, Christian values, what we believe in. Nobody should be able to tell us what to believe in, what not to believe in. Nobody should tell us how to live our lives. Nobody should tell you when you can go to church and when you can't go to church. Nobody should be able to tell you how many people can come in your home and not come in your home. No one should be able to do that. And sure, government's place is not to do that. The Second Amendment was a fundamental that was passed down by our forefathers. And let me tell you how important that is for all of you that are here, especially for you young kids that are here. And thank you for being here today. All of you young people that are here today. This has been passed down from generation to generation to generation. And the Second Amendment has always stood because it was the way to protect ourselves from government. It's what that was. And I tell you, it's our time. It's mine and your time today that's here to stand up, to take a stance, and protect the Constitution, protect the Bill of Rights, protect the Declaration of Independence. And here we are today in Lee Summit. It is our time to protect the Second Amendment. This is exactly what this bill does. And it's time to get this thing signed and get it into law. Y'all ready for that? We're good. We're good, I think. All right, is everybody up here? All right, so we're going to make a few signatures here, and I'll be handing these out to the legislators, but once it's signed, and this has an emergency clause in it, does it not? There it is. So today's the day. So here we go. You don't have to be real quiet either. This is kind of fun. Mike and Bryn also said while you're here you can help the economy of the state of Missouri, and I'm all for that. So if y'all
Okay, gang. Looks like the feed from Missouri Firearms Coalition ended. But that's okay, because that was pretty much the end of the show. I don't know if there was going to be more speeches or not. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Please give me a 5x5. Let me know if you can hear me okay. And while you guys, because there's a delay, 5x5 from Jimmy D. It's time for Jose Cuervo. Guys, we got her done.
Now the work just starts.
Yep. So, yeah, any more 5x5s? Hopefully they're coming in. 5x5 from Scott. Awesome. Thank you. So, guys, this one is to all of you at Truth, Money, and Freedom. All of you. Every one of you who made phone calls and sent those emails and made trips. I want to say thank you so much to all of you. How incredibly important what you guys did is. And it looks like the sign, it came back on again. I'm going to go ahead and toast to all of you at Truth, Money, and Freedom for everything you've done, not just for yourselves, but for your kids, for your grandkids. The fact that you saw how important this was for your posterity, and the fact that you saw this as a leadership opportunity to show America literally how to do it. And we'll continue on with that tradition. So to all of you at Truth, Money, and Freedom, cheers. Thank you.
Hear, hear. How was it? How
Okay.
was that?
Yeah, it's a tad strong. But you know what? I admitted it before. I'm a lightweight. So, guys, I'll keep this, and it looks like the feed is continuing on right now. But I really don't think there's anything more. If there is, I'll go ahead and put if someone's going to get up and speak again. But I think this event is pretty much over. But guys, this is really historic and monumental. This is big news. And by the way, for those of you who are wondering why, like Truth, Money, and Freedom wasn't mentioned, I'm okay with that. And once again, I understand there's politics involved in this and everything, and it's okay that Truth, Money, and Freedom and you guys and everything wasn't mentioned. Trust me, it really doesn't matter. What matters is the work got done. So
we never ventured into this thing expecting any kind of credit for it.
Nope, we sure didn't.
Here, standing up for our constitutional rights, we think, and we still think, that too much has been taken from us, and we're not going to let any more be taken from us. That's why we started this whole thing. I don't give a flying donut for who gets credit for this. The fact is, it's on the books.
Yep. Thank you, Jimmy. It's on the books is exactly what we should title the next video. It's a done deal, gang. And Voodoo said, thank you for the guidance. It was my honor to do that. But like I said when I was telling you guys at the beginning, and by the way, we'll get to announcements here in just a minute. One thing that Jimmy and David had recognized was basically no one was actually promoting this in the alternative media. No one knew. No one in Missouri even knew about this bill because the mainstream media wouldn't talk about it. Even the Missouri Times wouldn't talk about it. So, and that's an online thing. So Jimmy D and David Burden recognized that they needed a presence on YouTube to actually expand the grassroots to get this done. And they were right. They were absolutely right. That just happened to be me that they found. And once again, I actually promulgated a fake news story. So I felt, oh, by the way, there we go. Guys, you see the guy there with the gray shirt right there? That's Ron Calzone with the gray shirt right there. Ron Calzone is there. Aaron Dorr is there. And I don't know where Aaron went to, but he's the tallest guy in the group. He always is. He's like 6'6" or something. But that's Ron Calzone right there in the gray shirt right there. And this is a big day for Ron. Ron has fought this. Ron was instrumental in the language. I know that some constitutional people and some attorneys got credit, but Ron also gets credit because he chartered the whole thing. I do believe that he was there at its etymology 8 years ago, and this is a big day for Ron. I'll be talking to him later tonight, congratulating him.
Yeah, don't forget the many, I mean almost daily trips to and from Jefferson City. That's how dedicated Ron Calzone is.
Yep, he is. You're right. We got to talk about that for a second, because he actually went there every single day, almost this entire legislative session. Starting in about the beginning of February, he was there literally about 5 days a week. And so he has his own business, so he neglected that to get this across the finish line. I did much the same as well. There's a lot of people that were dedicated to getting this done this year, because last year we thought we had it. It was a done deal. Then they shut the government down. And you guys know why. And, oh, hang on. He's live now. Got a photo with Aaron. Okay, gotcha. And this is still on Firearms Coalition. So, okay, good deal. You got a photo with Aaron. That's awesome, Casey. Okay. So, and I know that there are some of you guys that are still there at the live event, and I am really surprised Casey Rich hasn't chimed in. I'm guessing he doesn't have a smartphone, and that's probably what's going on here. But so I'd like to give a shout out to Casey Rich. Casey Rich actually joined us up in Jeff City along with James Parcott to actually go up there and stump for the Second Amendment Preservation Act. And we were up there, if you guys remember, when I was doing live. I tried to get live stuff done, but I had a crappy signal. And Prepper POV, welcome, man. Okay, now let's move to the announcements section of the video, and then we'll start a general chat after that. So without further ado, I'm actually going to turn the mic over to Jimmy D as I go to the new YouTube that we have just started. So Jimmy D, take her away.
Hey guys, I ask you to bear with me. I'm not quite the eloquent speaker that our host is here. But we've been doing a lot of discussion, and I'm talking about Patrick and I, since this whole thing has actually passed the Senate and the House of Representatives, and we pretty much figured it was going to be signed by the governor, and in fact it has been. But now it seems like through all of these discussions, we've basically come to the conclusion that this fight really isn't over. We can never let it just, sit back in our easy chairs and let things be because we won. I guarantee you there are people now who are trying to plot against this thing, trying to get new legislation to diminish it. And I'm just not willing, after all of this work that all of these people, including all of you, have put into this thing, to let it be taken away from us or diminished in any way, shape, or form. So we've got a few ideas here, and essentially, you heard Patrick tell you about a new channel. Since we got so involved with this kind of thing, we've kind of self-appointed ourselves as the Godfather watchdog of this bill and Missouri gun rights. For those of you who don't know, I'm retired. I have more time available than say Patrick does or Ron Calzone does. These guys made extreme sacrifices in their personal incomes, dedicating time to this fight. So we're going to continue the fight. In other words, we're going to make sure that our presence is in Jefferson City from now on. And I'll let Patrick kind of fill you in on a little more of those details, but we hope you all stay with us, and hope you all have our backs here as we proceed forward. There's many questions, of course, that Sapa brings up. all of a sudden here we are with this new bold law, and how is it going to interact or coexist with federal law? What are the confrontations going to be? What are the problems going to be? Lots of questions to be answered. So like I said, Patrick and I definitely feel this bill is monumental enough that it needs a guardian, a full-time guardian, and that's what we're going to attempt to do.
Well,
Patrick, are you still there?
yeah, well stated. Thank you very much. Guardians of the Second Amendment, basically in Missouri with the start of SAPA, the Second Amendment Preservation Act. So basically we've started this new channel so we can actually start informing people. And by the way, it goes beyond that. There's a D Live. We'll actually be doing a D Live as well. So I'll put that in the chat. And also a Twitch account. And let me put that in the chat. For those of you who are on, basically Twitch and Discord are somewhat gaming, but a lot of people do other things there as well. But that's as far as I've taken it so far. I haven't created the Twitter account for it yet. The BitChute, the Odyssey, that has not been done yet. This is brand new, gang. I just set this stuff up before I took my trip, because like I said, we had some deaths in the family, and hey, Man Bear Pig. So we're okay. Let's talk about the opportunity that this represents, the starting SAPA, for actually watchdogging the Second Amendment. Like, for instance, FFLs. Many of you may have questions about FFLs and how they're going to operate in this new environment. Well, the fact is, the new environment is somewhat incompatible with FFLs. Now, FFLs will still maintain their federal licensing, and so don't think they're going away. It's not like, oh my gosh, they're illegal now. This isn't the case. They will still follow federal guidelines. Even though we have a new set of rules, a new set of parameters in the state of Missouri, what Jimmy D and I have been talking about is how Missouri would deal with it. And Jimmy D coined a new thing, state firearms license, or, state FL. And we think that we're probably going to pioneer that. So basically we would be working in that direction, plus also making sure that this doesn't get taken away. And by the way, the Democrats are already planning on bills to actually water down the SAPA for next year, legislative 2022. Make sure that you get every piece of information that you need to fight this when they try to water it down, so we can continue the fight for the Second Amendment in the state of Missouri. So, coupled with that, Jimmy D and I have also been talking about starting a coalition of sorts, and that's why we've decided to call the channel the Missouri Liberty Alliance, because that leaves room for an Oklahoma Liberty Alliance, a Utah Liberty Alliance. Those of you in other states, think about this for a second. Please create your channels for your states, and we will all work together as an alliance to keep the Second Amendment alive, to take back the Second Amendment from the federal government so that their laws that they create are totally meaningless. The new BATF regulations coming from Washington, D.C., utterly meaningless because we take the Second Amendment back. That's what we just did here in Missouri with this signing. We have done something incredibly empowering, and hopefully other states follow our lead immediately. But what we want to do is we want to inspire other people in other states to do what we did. And we want to provide all the resources that we possibly can, information, background history, and what you'll be up against to do this in your states. Now, Jared, you guys heard the speech earlier. I'll get to your comments here in a second here. But what Jared was talking about was the grassroots was absolutely critical to get this passed. In fact, he even said, he contradicted what I said earlier before he started speaking. He said that it could not have been done legislatively, period, unless the grassroots support was there. And so I think that there was probably a way to get it done without the grassroots, but gosh darn it, guys, I had access to Eric Burleson, my senator, Jared Taylor, my representative, Ron Calzone, So I was talking to them on the phone. These guys know me, and I know them. And Jimmy and I would talk to these guys on the phone to figure out where our problems were. And then with them giving me the information about where the problems were, I was able to create a YouTube video and let you guys know exactly what we needed to do to overcome that hurdle for that day. So we had a working machine. There were gears, there were levers, and everything, basically was able to work very well. And we had problems with certain, and by the way, we didn't have problems with the Democrats. Now, as much as we'd like to say we had problems with the Democrats, that wasn't our problem. We had corrupt Republicans that were our problems. And we'll talk about that in a little while when we're done with all of our announcements and everything. But we want to help other states get the same thing done. So Missouri Liberty Alliance is partly basically an homage to Ron Calzone, because his YouTube is called Missouri Liberty. And Ron Calzone has been such an enormous resource and actually an incredible influence to me over the last 2 years. A great man. And in fact, the guy at the 10th Amendment Center referred to Ron Calzone as a national treasure. There's very few people in this country like Ron Calzone. So every state hopefully has someone close to or approximate of Ron Calzone. But guys, we need to work together, all of us. And it doesn't matter what state you're in. I know there's a lot of people watching this live, from Missouri. But I think there's people live in other states watching this as well. Please create a YouTube channel and call it Your State Liberty Alliance. Like Pika is watching right now. Hello, Pika, by the way. Start the Nevada, Liberty Alliance. And start, basically your own YouTube channel in which you can promote the Second Amendment or the Second Amendment Preservation Act in your state. Let's all do this together, gang, because we all have to have this. And there are some states that are probably lost, like we talked about before. But that's the ideal behind this. It isn't about Jimmy. It isn't about me. Now, just so you guys know, Jimmy D and I are friends in real life. But we met on YouTube because of a single video I did. And Jimmy D and I have gotten together several times. And we're actually pretty good friends. And so you guys will form these alliances with other people because there's strength in numbers. And basically start working your legislature that way. When it's one guy going up to the legislator all the time, it kind of sucks. Ron Calzone would be the first one to tell you this. So at any rate, this is what we're doing. We're starting an organization that will ultimately be, hopefully, kind of the pinnacle of actually showing people how to get this sort of thing done in your state. And that's where we're leading to right now, is the grassroots. There were a lot of people that were willing to make phone calls and send emails, but they didn't even know the bill existed. They didn't know what to do or where the hurdles were. You guys in your states, in Utah, in Minnesota, in Iowa, in Tennessee, you guys out there need to become those leaders in your states and actually help your state accomplish the goal, which is Second Amendment freedom for the people in your state. Take it back from the federal government. You can do it. We just proved it right here in Missouri with teeth. There are ramifications. If someone in local law enforcement wants to actually come in and trample on your Second Amendment rights, there are consequences. That's what the other states who are passing Sapa right now are missing out on. They are literally negotiating away their teeth to have a bill that looks good on paper, but as soon as someone tramples on your Second Amendment rights, this is the problem with Kansas, guys. You guys remember the problem with Kansas with the silencer? Ron Calzone and I did a video on this last year. There were no teeth in the bill. So, okay, I just went on a rant here. Sorry about that, Jimmy. And of course, you guys have been...
No, man. Listen, I love you, brother.
Yeah.
I will listen to you all day long. The people out there in our listening audience, viewing audience, should know that this is just a drop in the bucket compared to the multi-hour conversations you and I involve ourselves in with concern to this topic.
Yep. Oh, and Prepper POV is asking if the bill was signed. He came in late. Yes, it's been signed. It is done. I actually did a toast to everyone at Truth, Money, and Freedom. If more people... Shoot, we got 38 people now. I may have to do one more toast. I can't do too many of those toasts, gang, because I'm a lightweight. I can't take too much Jose Cuervo without getting a little bit silly, and I don't want to really do that.
Prior to this podcast, you all should know that we were discussing this toast thing.
Yes.
And he openly admitted to me after the third shot that he had last time, he was yippee-yi-yay.
Yep. So, yeah. So, guys, I'm not much of a drinker. Coupled with this, I have a few more announcements with Jimmy here. The Missouri Liberty Alliance, we see a bigger picture. It's not just Missouri. It's other states, too. But one thing we are going to do with the Missouri Liberty Alliance is we're actually looking into and investigating some really, really exciting items that you guys could purchase to support the Missouri Liberty Alliance. I don't want to go into, of course, T-shirts and coffee mugs, but believe me, we have better plans than that. And basically, we'll look into those and see how feasible they are. Because basically we intend to grow this thing, and exploring options like an SFL, a state firearms license, is gonna, that'll cost a little bit of money. So attorneys and that sort of thing need to get involved. But at the same time, I think it's necessary. I haven't talked to Ron Calzone about it directly, but it makes sense. Jimmy has had more time than I have lately, and has poured through the Second Amendment Preservation Act. And this is, by the way, the Senate final version of the bill, which is, I believe, 9 pages long. And he had found some interesting things in there that, basically we never even considered. And this is a really, really well-crafted bill, gang. This isn't a thing where we need to go back and make a whole lot of changes. I would like to see it in our Constitution, but that's a different issue, rather than just being a law. But go ahead, Jimmy. Go ahead and tell the folks some of the stuff that you had found when you were reading it.
Well, I was just in the chat here speaking with POV, and he's apparently in real time here reading through HB 85. Mm-hmm. And, he's making statements such as that it appears as though you could go to a range with a federally illegal firearm, and as long as there weren't feds present, you'd be good to go. And that is absolutely true, provided you are within the Missouri firearms laws.
Yep.
Okay, we have a section in our statutes, which is section 570, and it deals with what is legal, illegal in the state of Missouri. If you go to the statutes and start at 570, I think it's like 570.1, 570.2, yada, yada, yada. Short-barreled rifles and shotguns are still illegal according to Missouri law. Machine guns are illegal according to Missouri law. Switchblade knives are illegal according to Missouri law. Now, of course, remember this, guys. Any law can be changed through the political process. So as part of our ongoing pursuit of liberty and freedom in the Second Amendment realm here, we'll be suggesting legislation to our senators and our representatives about getting rid of, let's just pick one, say short-barreled rifles and shotguns, which I think is the dumbest law in the world, and which essentially is at the very heart of what Mr. Biden is attempting to do right now with the pistol brace deal. Okay, he's attempting to get pistol brace equipped pistols sanctioned as short-barreled rifles. Of course, then you've got to register that weapon, and you've got to pay the government $200 tax stamp, and it's just hogwash. I mean, they're really no more concealable than a 16-inch, allowable rifle. It's just, I think that's one of the things that we should work on, so we can just keep trying to suggest to Missouri senators and representatives that, this is basically a useless law. Here's another one for you guys. How about suppressors? They tried to get this passed as actually a hearing protection law, which is absolutely a brilliant idea. I mean, suppressors do not make guns go silent, despite what the radical left might say. Okay, so it's just silly. Suppressors would be a great advantage to the hobbyist shooter, sportsman, even hunters. I've got a pair of electronic muffs that amplify every noise, including speech, until you get to a certain decibel level, and then it cuts it out. So it would be a great advantage to, benefit, health. We'll call it health benefits. How's that?
Yep.
Patrick, you got anything else?
No, in fact, I want to go through some of the comments here real quick because that was the bulk of our announcements. The big deal is, once again, the new YouTube channel, a DLive channel, and a Twitch channel. So when we go live, we'll be streaming on all three of those simultaneously. We want to grow this network. The reason we want to grow the network is because we need grassroots support to basically, and we'll cover this in the comments, to make the Second Amendment even freer in the state of Missouri. Once again, we separated from the federal government today. Today is when we separated, but I do believe the legislation says as of January 1st of this year, 2021, anything the government has passed since January 1st doesn't apply to us. But we still have the laws previous to that. So there are few differences between Missouri law and federal law, but we need to safeguard this, and we need to make it even freer. We need to start going through the federal laws that we inherited as we separated and find out which ones we need to get rid of, and that's part of what the Missouri Liberty Alliance will be doing. So we can actually start talking to these representatives and these senators and give them very good reasons why we need silencers. Or, for that, we don't have to worry about pistol braces. That doesn't affect us now. For those, and Jimmy was very correct to bring that up. My neighbor called me about that. He was all upset, and he goes, "I've got 3 guns with pistol braces." I said, "Dude, the governor's signing the bill in 2 days. You don't have to worry about a thing. Those will still be legal in Missouri."
Patrick, if I may, just real quick, because it's easier for me to answer some of these comments that are flashing by the screen here verbally as opposed to trying to type this in. Prepper POV, he's going down the line. This guy's sharp. He knows what he's talking about. He's asking a lot of questions.
Go for it.
Now, Prepper POV, please understand that any opinion that I give you is my opinion, being of a fairly decent intelligence here, and I'm just interpreting it my way. I'm no lawyer. A lot of these things that you're asking will have to be settled probably in a court of law. But I didn't see anything in regards to suppressors or silencers in that Missouri 570 line of thing. Now, it may be there and I just missed it. But to my way of thinking now, this basically local law enforcement, any city, state, county, they can no longer enforce federal gun laws in the state of Missouri. You have to be breaking Missouri law for them to even take notice. I'm sure that it's going to take an education process, a period of time, whereby law enforcement will have to go, "Hey, look, guys, this was just signed into law. That thing you used to, pick on guys for, you can't do that anymore." So this whole thing is going to be a process by which both sides are learning, and I'm sure there'll be a court battle or two, but we're just going to stick with it and see how far we can take this.
Okay, I'm going to answer something Scott said real quick, and guys, we're going to get through all your comments. Scott, we forgot to mention, part of what Missouri Liberty Alliance is going to do is actually start talking to firearm manufacturers, firearm accessory manufacturers, and ammo manufacturers to consider moving their operations to the state of Missouri, where they can actually, because of the clause in our bill, a chilling effect, tax chilling effect, they could probably get away from federal taxation on their products in the state of Missouri. So therefore, the construction of their products, whatever they may be, there will be no longer any federal taxes associated with the creation of the product. I don't know about sales tax yet. That's a deeper issue, but at any rate, so that's one thing I totally forgot to mention. Jimmy D and I have talked about that at length. We're going to start with talking to firearm accessories, manufacturers of firearm accessories. So we will cover that actually, and that's part of the products that we talked about that we're not announcing yet. So because we don't know if we can do it yet or not. We're still looking into it. Jimmy D and I are literally looking at an enormous amount of options, what we can do to enhance our Second Amendment freedoms here, plus bring jobs to Missouri from anyone in the firearms industry coming into the state of Missouri and taking advantage of what we have with Sapa now, which other states don't have. So, go ahead, Jimmy. I'm going to scroll through these comments and see what we need to answer, but you go ahead.
That's what I'm doing too, because they're coming hot and heavy.
Yes, they are. And by the way, thank you all for joining us. There's some of you we haven't mentioned yet, but Adam, thank you for joining us. In Nevada Cario, Crazy Monkey, welcome. Since we have so many new people here, I'll do one more toast to all of you guys. Go ahead, Jimmy. You got it.
M. Gabriel, thank you for that 571.020. Number 6C is silencers or suppressors. Like I mentioned before, I may have missed it. I was pouring through it in preparation for, all of these discussions that Patrick and I have been having about what's going to fly, what isn't going to fly, and so much of it is up in the air now that we just don't have the solid answers. But it's M. Gabriel, like I said, it's like, okay, I see no reason to have that law on the books anymore. So part of what Patrick and I are talking about having an ever presence in Jeff City, one of us or both of us or whatever, that's a piece of legislation that we'll take to a senator or to a representative and say, this is stupid. Let's get rid of this. We can call it the Hearing Protection Act. We can call it whatever you want, but it's a ridiculous law, as is the pistol brace law. Blah, 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 blah. And, of course, pistol braces aren't even mentioned in our Constitution. I shouldn't say that. M. Gabriel, you're right there looking at it. I don't think there's anything in there about pistol braces, so we don't have to pay attention to it now.
Okay, to answer Pika's question real quick, yes, this is Jose Cuervo. It is tequila. And I'm doing one more toast to all of you at Truth, Money, and Freedom Podcast. All of you who made phone calls, sent emails, made visits, handwritten letters, all of you who participated in this and put pressure on our politicians to do the right thing and also overcome the reverse pressure, the reverse polarity pressure from the Missouri Sheriff's Association. I toast you. Cheers to all of you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This is to you, gang.
Yes, and add my name to that too. We really enjoy talking to you guys, and we are very, very proud of all the support you've given the channel and all the work that we've attempted to do. Crazy Monkey, 459. So how will this bill affect NFA items?
We just talked about that yesterday and today, Jimmy.
Yeah, it's like basically if it's not mentioned in Missouri gun laws, it doesn't mean a hill of beans here.
That's correct. And it gets a little bit more complicated. Some MFA items are only sold from FFLs. That's why the SFL is something that we need to investigate.
Yes. We were trying to figure out, if you're a FFL holder, you basically take your marching orders from the federal government, whether you're located in the state of Missouri or not. Which, and in very lengthy discussions between Patrick and myself, we've basically come up with, well, how is that going to work? Well, then it appears as though you're going to have a state firearms license as well. And again, this would be legislation that we would try to get enacted. So we would literally, if you went through an SFL, if we were able to get one put into existence, you would literally skirt the entire federal system altogether.
Yep. So the important thing to take away from this is there are unanswered questions at this point because we just literally got a divorce for everything Second Amendment from the federal government. How does that affect NFA? And SFL is probably going to be the cure-all. Now, Jimmy D is the one who coined that state firearms license, but as opposed to federal firearms license, FFL. So this is something we need to look into, and this is what we're going to be doing. Yeah, hey there, Mike from Maine. Hey there, buddy. Oh my God, Patrick is drinking tequila. That's right. I've done 2 of those now. I had to be careful, man. I'm a lightweight.
Yeah, once he gets to the 3rd one, we're going to watch him keel over in the chair.
Let's see. Ha ha ha. He is no alcoholic. No, I'm not. I am not.
No, he's not. I definitely know he's not. He drinks very little, actually, but this is the cause to celebrate.
And Man Bear Pig says, cheers, brother. You're an amazing person, TC. Thank you very much, brother. I appreciate that. And we've done something amazing together today. And we have come to the end of our journey with getting the legislation passed for the Second Amendment Preservation Act with the signing of the governor. The governor signing the bill. We did that live today. Jimmy D and I have talked about some of the ideas we have. The new channel we're moving all the Missouri stuff to. And I'll put that link again into the chat. This is the new YouTube, which will be the Missouri Second Amendment stuff and other stuff as well. But we're going to be, basically safeguarding Sapa and improving the environment in which we find ourselves in now, as we have now just gotten a divorce from the federal government on all things Second Amendment. Now, I've seen some comments fly by, and by the way, sorry, there's been a lot of comments flying by, but there's one that's very important, Jimmy. It's to talk about those who need to be recognized for their non-compliance with the Second Amendment, despite the fact they say they're Second Amendment. Do you want to hold that on to that till later? Keep answering some comments real quick, or do you want to go to that now?
Well, I'll tell you honestly, there's plenty of time for, nothing immediate's coming up that if we don't stop somebody, they might obtain a position. I'm primarily interested in, Patrick, is, answering the people's questions here, because as you and I both know, over the last few days we've had these conversations, this divorce from the federal government, or as much of a divorce as we could muster, brings up a lot of questions. I mean, who's going to rule? Who's going to do this? Can you do that? You know what I mean? So, yeah, I'm all for just staying with the questions until nobody has any more, and then we can go wherever you want to take us.
Okay. Let's see. Man Bear Pig, you're CG from the Truth, Money, and Freedom Discord? CG? Computer Ghost? Canadian Ghost? He goes by so many names. Man Bear Pig, awesome.
He did say he was Canadian, so
yep.
Yeah, that might be.
Yep, okay, CG, welcome, man. Welcome. Welcome to our celebration here in the state of Missouri. And Thank You Can says, congratulations, Missouri. Yes, we definitely pulled it off. We did it, gang. We did it. This is huge.
Casey Woodsman, if I were you, brother, I would blow that photograph up, frame the damn thing, and hang it on your wall.
Let's see. I'd like if all the Patriots here had ham radio repeaters around Missouri. A great way to stay connected. Prepper, we should probably set up a network like that. Chad Stacy says, Truth, Money, and Freedom, do you know the differences in your Sapa and Tennessee's? Other than here in Tennessee, that doesn't hold cops accountable. Yes, we do hold any law enforcement agency, prosecuting agency, and court agency responsible here in Missouri. Our bill, but we do it financially. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Patrick, I cut you off there. To the tune of $50,000 per occurrence.
Per occurrence, that's correct. So basically, so Chad, if you lived in Missouri, and if your local police department said, okay, your red flag law here, I'm going to use that as an example because it's real easy. Your neighbor said, you're unruly, you're talking, crap about the federal government, we need to come and take your guns. And they take 7 guns. That's 7 counts. That's 7 times $50,000 per count, I believe, is the way it works. So you could sue them.
And Patrick, if I may interject here, here's a comment from Michelle. She says, corrupt judges can rule however they want. Yes, they can. Also remember that some judges are up for re-election, et cetera, but also in the Sapa legislation is not only is Missouri law enforcement mentioned as far as upholding Missouri Constitution, judges are also mentioned. So theoretically, I guess if you had a judge who ruled against you and it was appealed and the higher court, you won the appeal, you could turn around and sue the judge or that court for $50,000 would be my guess. Patrick?
Okay, yep, I think so. And like I said, there are things, in fact, I've said this to Jimmy this morning when we were talking on the phone. I'm going to try to get Ron Calzone to come on with me for about an hour. And I would give plenty of notice for that live video. So you guys could come in and ask questions and Ron can answer them. Because some of the stuff we don't know yet. We're working on it. Like, for instance, does this still apply to felons not being able to own a firearm? I don't believe we have any other law that's different than the federal government's on that. So that's something I think, well, hang on a second. I'm not 100% sure about that. We'll have to look into it.
We have felony laws on the books in Missouri, just very similar to federal law.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. So we'll have to look into that. But I think Ron sent an email out that first made you aware of Sapa and keeping me updated. All right. Thank you, Prepper, for telling me that. So you're part of Ron's network as well. Ron has a great grassroots network. In fact, I'm an extension of Ron's network, by the way.
We all are, if you think of it that way, Patrick.
Yeah. And so some of you are also in Aaron Doerr's Missouri Firearm Coalition. You guys see I have the T-shirt here to prove that I'm a member here. So, I mean, we're all interlinked this way. But it's all of us together, the grassroots, that made this happen. So, you know, and Ron is just a wonderful, wonderful guy. We are so lucky to have him in Missouri. I fear that Ron is unfortunately probably 1 in 50 million. I think that he is that rare in what he does and what he knows. And it would be helpful if there were more people like Ron around the country.
Ron is definitely what you would term an original 3%er.
Yep.
He risks his personal fortune. He gives his time. He was the guy that would be standing at the front of the line with the musket in front of the British. That's Ron Calzone.
Let's see. Scott has an important question here. Does that mean that our government, the Missouri government, can't pass red flag laws? Well, actually, we can. That's the problem here. Now, we don't acknowledge federal red flag laws. Those are gone. But we can still pass them here in Missouri, and that's something we'll need to investigate.
Provided we let them. Obviously,
that's correct.
From the left would instigate a red flag law to be put on Missouri's books. That's part of what Patrick and I are trying to accomplish here. We want to be the godfather watchdog, sheepdogs of this deal because we've got so much time invested in it. We want to be there to say, oh, no, you're not bringing that red flag crap into Missouri.
That's right.
And we will start a anti-lobbying process against that kind of bill.
That's the main reason for starting the Missouri Liberty Alliance is actually to safeguard our Second Amendment rights, and that includes red flag laws in the state of Missouri. Aaron Doerr does a lot of this stuff too, but ours is going to be quite different because we're looking at the commercial side of this too to bring in manufacturers into the state of Missouri. So
yes,
that's
also, Patrick, you should let the people know that while Aaron Doerr's organization is a great organization, I'm pro just about any pro-gun organization there is. We'll talk about the NRA later. But in any event, it's a great organization. But Aaron's field of operation, shall we say, is several states broad. Whereas what Patrick and I are talking about, this is Missouri watchdogs who live in Missouri, who will, and whose top priority is Missouri. So basically, we're hoping you guys will accept us as the watchdogs, and we'll be here fighting for it because, by golly, we live in this state, and we want to keep every right that we deserve.
Yep, well said. So that's a big part of what we're trying to do here. And once again, it comes down to this, gang. This is going to sound real strange again, but it's important for all of us to remember that it was the grassroots that got this done. We can't just go back to not paying attention anymore. We have started something so unique and so different. Jared Taylor said this today at the signing. This is different than anyone else's bill. We have to safeguard it. We have to. Because there'll always be adjutants trying to take it away. So basically that's what we want to do. We will focus on Missouri, but we certainly will do everything we can to help out other states. But our focus is Missouri.
Yeah, it's basically a throwback to Benjamin Franklin. You know, we've given you a constitutional republic if you can keep it. Okay, thanks to guys like Ron Calzone and the governor and Eric Burleson and Representative Taylor, they've given us a Sapa if we can keep it. And by God, my intention is, you bet we're going to keep it.
Ryan said, how will this affect the prescription monitoring program, or PDMP, that just got done? It's a backdoor gun control law. It is. And in fact, Ron Calzone tried to stop that. I'm going to interview Jared Taylor sometime this summer to so everyone can see how this happened, how this got through, how it slipped through the cracks. And there was a leadership problem that happened there. But at any rate...
I'm going to step away for a second.
Okay, no problem. There was a leadership issue there. So we're going to take care of that. That's something else that the Missouri Liberty Alliance is going to do, is start working towards making sure that there's no red flag laws in the state of Missouri. Machine guns, Nevada Cario, I'm not sure about that. That's not going to be a main focus of mine. But eventually I think machine guns will probably be allowed. Specifically modify any chapter of... I don't have the bill in front of me, M. Gabriel. Oh, he's asking Prepper. Okay, because Prepper's actually going through the bill right now. So you guys kind of get the gist of what we're saying and what we're trying to accomplish here with this new organization. This will be, basically an organization of us, making sure that Missouri gets it done right. We've already done it right with the bill. And that we start methodically going through the things that we need to eject from Missouri law that are about the Second Amendment. Get rid of them. And we will actually start working on that together. And I'm not arrogant, and I don't think I have all the answers. I've never thought that. So basically, as a group, we're much stronger, putting all of our brains together.
Absolutely.
So, yeah,
just as before, we can't do this without these people's support.
Yep.
That every one of you is every bit as important as us. It's just that and I'm sure, like many of you have, I'm just sick and tired of the federal government plowing over me like a bulldozer. I'm done with these guys. So.
Yep. So I mean, basically, you could draw your own conclusions from this, but I think what Jimmy said is actually right on point. Literally, guys, it's time for us to literally take back our rights. Things are going awry in Washington, D.C. because the economy is. And I know we talk about that on Truth, Money, and Freedom, and I haven't talked about it in a while. This is one of the symptoms of the problem. The symptom of the problem is, basically, they don't want people having firearms when the economy falls apart. I want us to have firearms. I don't want totalitarianism. The kind of stuff that's being proposed in Congress right now is tyrannical. I mean, guys, if you come up with a better word, please let me know. It's tyrannical. Don't take away my rights because the central bank and the federal government keep messing up our economy. Don't take away my rights because of that. You're not going to take away my rights. We're going to fight for them. And that's what we did here. And, thank to all of you. We actually got it done. Guys, the signing is done. This is a done deal. And now we need to figure out what we're going to do going forward, what it means for Missouri, what it means for manufacturers to come to Missouri. So one of the things that we may have to look at Missouri Liberty Alliance is basically trying to lower corporate taxes in the state of Missouri, maybe. I mean, that's something we'll look into.
Patrick, here, Chris Stegman is basically asking you, is MLA going to be primarily 2A focused or a grassroots organization focused on the restoration of constitutional authority? If I may put my 2 cents in real
Go for
quickly. The way I envision this happening, and again, Patrick and I discuss this just about every day, we will be Second Amendment focused. However, I'm not too thrilled with any of the injustices that are going on in other areas either. The reason we keep the 2A focused is because, well, in my opinion, guys, is a 2A protects every other single right we have. And I don't care who wants to argue with me about that. They're full of beans, and that's what I believe. To answer your question from my point of view, Chris, if we see some kind of goofy thing going on, Patrick and I won't shy away from anything, man. We'll go to guns on those guys too. Patrick, your take?
Yep, I agree with you. And yes, like for instance, I know most of you are not in this area here, but I have I'm known in this area for my pro-life work. So I've been a pro-lifer my whole life, and that's something that needs attention as well. But I do think that this channel will be more along the lines of Second Amendment, because if you can keep your Second Amendment rights, it's easier to keep your other rights. So the primary focus is Second Amendment, but the restoration of constitutional authority is definitely a very close second. Like for instance, guys, I've been thinking about this quite a bit here in the last week, since 2 weeks since I got back from being away for a while, is what I can or cannot say on YouTube. You guys may wonder, why are you doing Twitch? Why are you doing DLive? Well, there's certain things you can't talk about on YouTube, and you guys know what I'm talking about, having to do with the beer flu. And that is a very totalitarian example of what's happening to our society today. How they're able to rip away rights under the guise of something you can't talk about on YouTube. So and I got a strike for talking about that on YouTube. So, by the way, I want to address what Ryan said before I forget about it.
I agree, Patrick. I agree. Yeah,
Thanks to God, too. Remember our prayer last time. And Ryan, I have talked to so many people in real life about that moment when we did a group prayer together. And then the filibuster in the Senate ended approximately 4 minutes later. 4 minutes after our prayer. So I have not forgotten that. And yes, absolutely, we have to give, God his praise. We need to give Jesus his praise. And I'm a Christian, and an unapologetic one too. And I'm a Bible Christian as well. So yes, we are very thankful to God, and Christian values are going to be a very, very big part of the Missouri Liberty Alliance. Although we're not a Christian focused channel. It is based on Christian values. And I will continue to bless all of you at the end of every podcast, like I do at Truth, Money, and Freedom, because I believe in that. I believe that we need to mention God's name. I believe that we need to talk about Jesus. So that will not change with this new channel, because that's who I am. And that's who Jimmy is too, by the way. So Jimmy is also Christian. And by the way, please, if you're not Christian, that's fine. Please stick with us regardless, because this is not a Christian-focused channel. It's just realize that Christian values are incorporated into the channel is all. And Sapa didn't change, let's see, 571.020 from what I'm seeing. Prepper, that's part of what this is about, because we need to start changing some of Missouri's gun laws that we inherited from the federal government. Now, this gets complicated, and I don't want to make a very long statement about this, but that was part of the original plan. Once we separated from the federal, and by the way, part of the original plan, I could tell you that I've had lots of conversations with senators and representatives about this. Jimmy and I there's a lot of people, a lot of senators we call, and as soon as we talk, they know who we are. That's how much we talk to them. But that's part of the plan, is actually to start changing Missouri law to make basically our gun rights even freer in Missouri. We had to separate with all the federal laws up until January 1st, because it would be it's a political thing. It would have been very difficult to do so by saying we literally got rid of all of federal law, because some of it, I'm sure that would be almost impossible to get rid of. I'll tell you what, though, some of the things, I would like to see most of it go away. I'd like to see background checks go away. I understand background checks. I understand why they're there, but I do see it as an infringement. And that's a hard thing to explain to some people, especially people that have been victims of gun crime before.
I'm going to interject here real quick if I can, TC. Chris Stegman, cool. For those who haven't heard about it, there is an organization called the 10th Amendment Center that is dedicated to constitutional education and literacy. Yes, Chris, we are fully aware of the 10th Amendment Center, and we were actually had the head of the 10th Amendment Center live on one of our podcasts.
Yep. Not only was he live, but he gave us a shout out on Twitter. And that's the thing. I never thought about contacting him directly, but gosh knows how many articles I brought up for you over the years with Truth, Money, and Freedom from the 10th Amendment Center. They're a great, and by the way, I intend to partner with them with the Missouri Liberty Alliance. That is if they'll have us.
We definitely consider them an ally and a brilliant mind. So we love those guys. So yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Chris.
Yep. And also, too, I intend to reach out to the Mises Institute. I realize that's very libertarian, and some people may not understand what it means to be a libertarian. It's probably better now because the federal government has declared war on libertarians. And libertarians basically say, we want the Constitution, we want small government, we want low taxes, and we want property rights. That's if you say that there's a concrete foundation holding up the house of libertarianism, that is it right there. Those are the tenets of it. So basically, I've been reaching out to all kinds of people. Like, for instance, Bishop Davison. I've been talking to him. He's a representative. He is not my representative, but he wants to get rid of critical race theory. And I told him I think that that's something I can get behind. I need to talk to him to iron out a few things. But I think that's something that our organization, the Missouri Liberty Alliance, can definitely get behind. So basically, we're talking. So we're focused on Second Amendment. That's first and foremost. But we'll also let you know everything that's going on with things in the state of Missouri that need to be addressed, taken care of, or tweaked.
And to the best of our ability, you all have to understand that we're only two guys. So, but I mean, we're planning on, if this goes the way we want it to go, this will basically become our job.
Yep. So what's the point? Why are we doing this? What drives us? Number one, and first and foremost, Jimmy and I agree on this, to make Missouri the best state in the union to live in. Better than New Hampshire. Better than, Arizona. Better than Texas even. That's
our only benefit residents of Missouri. If everybody recognizes the freedom here and the lack of government influence, this state's going to get bigger. Our economy's going to get stronger. It will only serve us in a positive way.
Yep. And the mechanisms that Jimmy and I talked about for using to make Missouri the best place to live is literally the Constitution of the United States. To get back to constitutionality, to lower taxes in the state of Missouri, and actually have more freedom here than people would otherwise have. Believe it or not, with the Second Amendment Preservation Act passed here, I believe there will be even albeit a measured, but there will be an exodus from blue states into Missouri for gun-loving Americans. And by the way, what's gun culture? What's a gun-loving American? We have people watching Truth, Money, and Freedom from overseas. We have people from India, people from the UK. Actually, that's literally from Scotland, from England, from Wales even. What does it mean to actually be a part of that culture? It's think of it as an extension of freedom. It's actually, when you are allowed to own firearms, you realize the government can't come and grab you in the middle of the night like they can in many countries around the world. What it means is you can protect yourself and your family if someone breaks into your home. These are very big ideas in America that are actually a very big part of our culture. And this is something that the Founding Fathers even thought of and put together, basically in what we now call the Second Amendment. And for those of you who are watching this, there's a lot of people saying, well, the Second Amendment needs to be interpreted. That's nonsense. There were letters in between the Founding Fathers when they were actually forging the Second Amendment. And remember now, the amendments are short and sweet. They did that on purpose. But the letters in between the Founding Fathers don't require interpretation. It's very simple. It's basically so that if your government goes tyrannical, you can take care of business. That's the reason for the Second Amendment. Thomas Jefferson wrote that. I'm paraphrasing, of course. But that's what he wrote. And he wrote it to John Adams. He wrote it to a preacher. I believe it was a Quaker preacher who had called and asked for the purpose of the Second Amendment. And I believe to someone else that may have been a farmer. He wrote letters to all three of them to explain, if the government goes tyrannical, you can actually go out there to your government with your guns and take care of business. Need we say more?
Some may say that that's bold talk, but you know, these were bold men, and it is what Patrick just said there is the literal interpretation of the Second Amendment.
Yeah. Let's see. Prepper writes, background checks, aka let's have violent felons who aren't rehabilitated released from custody and then fill an empty jail cell with the gun owner from selling their own property and doing nothing wrong. Yep. Well, also, too, what does it mean to be a felon? Someone who cheats on their taxes. Okay, they become a felon. Should they not have the right to have a firearm? You know, should someone who, never mind. I don't want to go into that. I don't want to give examples of what it is to be a felon. But maybe in Missouri we can figure out if someone's been violent in the past and someone who's killed someone, maybe, maybe the state of Missouri will decide they shouldn't have a gun. But the guy who cheated on his taxes or the guy who stole a car, they didn't hurt anyone else other than financially maybe. But they didn't physically harm another person, which is, once again, a tenet of libertarianism. Maybe they'll decide, well, that's not the level of felon or felony that we can actually use as a measure for preventing them from owning a firearm. I don't know how this goes forward. That's why we're starting the Missouri Liberty Alliance. We need to figure these things out, gang.
Ryan, I'm going to try to attempt to answer your question here real quick. It's not the Federation Papers, it's the Federalist Papers. You are correct. That is part of the writings between the Founding Fathers, between the individual Founding Fathers. But there are others in existence that aren't part. The Federalist Papers were only letters written between the two opposing sides that were actually printed in a newspaper of the time under alias names, as a matter of fact, so nobody could figure out who was doing it. But there are other letters between the Founding Fathers that give clear indications of exactly what they meant. So there you go. There's the answer to your question.
Yep. And Prepper says, you nailed it, LOL. A guy replied to my comment earlier from Illinois saying that he wants to move to Missouri as soon as possible. Guys, this is going to happen. It's not going to be a mass exodus into Missouri, but it will be an exodus because people realize, once again, it's steeped in our culture. We're marinated in having the right to bear arms, and there's many states where they're taking them away. So
wouldn't that be an ingress, Patrick, as opposed to an exodus?
Well, an exodus from states. You're right. It'd be an ingress into Missouri. That is correct. So, but the Missouri Liberty Alliance stands ready to help people understand what we have here in Missouri, how we're going to cultivate this brand new environment, this brand new, wonderful new environment we have here in Missouri, into something that we can create jobs with while having an enormous amount of freedom. Of course, the environment, that manufacturers for firearms, firearm accessories, and bullets can come into. Guys, Jimmy and I are thinking of a lot of different things that maybe others haven't thought of yet that we can incorporate right into Missouri Liberty Alliance. And you guys are the charter members, so, welcome and thank you.
Yeah, it should be noted that, Patrick and I do not think we are the know-it-all, end-all, be-all superheroes of this deal, that we recognize the intelligence of our viewing and listening audience, I should say Patrick's, but we recognize we got some smart people out there, and this little effort, all we're attempting to do is provide the base. We still need every single one of you guys to support us with ideas and whatever may come along. So don't think that we're thinking we're all high and mighty here, because that is not the case. I've been put in my place many a times by many a smart viewer, so take that for what it's worth.
I have too, guys. I'm not a perfect, man. I try to be the best person I can be, but the most important thing to remember for me is, gosh darn it, I can't think of everything, and neither can Jimmy. You guys are a very necessary component of the new YouTube, DLive, Twitch. It'll be Facebook. It'll be on Twitter. It'll be Odyssey, BitChute. We'll be everywhere. And basically what we want to do is form a giant coalition of Missourians where we can actually go to the legislature with a large body of people and say, hey, this law needs to be changed. And, we've got thousands of members, and they're backing us up on this. We need to make sure that, federal background checks are no longer a part of what we do here in the state of Missouri, or something like that. I meant, we're stronger together. That's basically what it comes down to.
Yes, you should all realize as well that our intentions are to keep this fully exposed to you all. There may be some things that we get into down the road that require finance. So whether we're, selling merchandise or creating a membership basis or whatever that may involve, because quite honestly, folks, I know for a fact, like I said, I've been open and honest with you, told you that I'm all retired, but I know Patrick has sacrificed part of his business to get this done. And, we cannot be involved with this every single day without a basis of some type of little income. So we're being right up front with you right now. We want all these great things for Missouri, and we're willing to be the ones that are in the fight daily. But somehow, some way, we're going to have to find a way to financially support this system.
Yep. So that's part of what I talked about earlier, gang. We're going to come up with some really, really unique, wonderful Second Amendment, let's just say Second Amendment products that can get branded and would help support what we have to do, because I think Jimmy's right. I think this is going to probably end up costing. So we'll let you know when it comes to that. And but basically, I mean, the big thing is that we all stick together to make Missouri the best state in the union, bar none. I mean, we're better than every state on everything. And by the way, I'm not talking about better on education. For instance, I saw an article in the Missouri Times. Missouri's number 38 in the nation for spending on our students. Well, the answer to every single problem, according to government, is spend more money. That's not necessarily true. Look at the Missouri Second Amendment Preservation Act. That costs no money. We got freedom, and then on top of that, and as Prepper is saying here, people are wanting to move to Missouri, and I knew that would come. Literally move to Missouri. That will increase the revenue of Missouri just by people moving here, buying a home, working a job or creating new jobs. We want to bring manufacturers in here. That's something that Jimmy and I are very big into starting a little, and we need to talk to some other people, but we want to get firearm accessories manufacturers here, hopefully, within a year. And once we get them in, we'll get the firearm manufacturers and the bullet makers in. Let's get them here, where federal law, federal taxes don't apply to their product in the state of Missouri. So
yeah, roger that. Huge incentive.
Yeah.
And Liberty, I got to inject here real quick. Liberty, I'm so jealous that you got to go.
Yep.
Keep in mind, I'm 250 miles away, so that would have been a 500-mile round trip. So I am so jealous, Liberty.
Well, Liberty, I just want to say, man, that I think you're the kind of guy I actually want to meet in real life. Liberty and I have been talking back and forth on Twitter. And he's a pretty cool guy. Definitely constitutionalist. Definitely Second Amendment guy, and not to mention how dedicated he is. Do you guys remember when we were doing that live stream from the house? He was actually working on cars at the time, and he was getting oil. He put his head in a pan of oil or something. But I just remember that. That'll always stay with me, by the way. That's how dedicated he was. Here he was working on his car, and he had his phone right next to him, listening to Truth, Money, and Freedom podcast live while we were broadcasting everything that was going on in the Senate. No, it was at the House. No, it was the House, I believe. So at any rate, big ideas, and And basically, we need all of our brains to figure out exactly what this new environment means and what we can do. And that's what the Missouri Liberty Alliance is all about. We're the only ones that have SAPA with teeth, gang. No other state has that, with the one possible exception of Texas. I'm not sure if they got it or not. But that would be it. I think, according to Jared Taylor today, we're the only ones with teeth. So,
Prepper POV, thank you. You get the idea. We see, Patrick and I both see a huge opportunity here. But please believe us when we say it's primarily for the benefit of everyone in the state of Missouri. We're not, yes, he and I cannot do all this work uncompensated. But once we got involved with this and we see all the huge opportunities that are involved for other people coming in here, manufacturing things, yada, 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 all because we got this law, it's a huge opportunity. It's just incredible. My mind actually sits here and spins wheels like burning rubber, thinking about this, that, and the other thing that can come in here. And then it'll switch over to another this, that, or the other thing that can. It's a huge opportunity. So, Patrick.
Yep. Once again, I agree with what Jimmy said. There are opportunities here for the state of Missouri to excel, is what it comes down to. And we just haven't thought of everything yet. Like I said, guys, this is brand new territory. This is like if you're into guitars and you play guitar. I'm learning guitar right now, by the way. But you get this nice new amp, and there's just so many things you can do with this guitar amp, and you just haven't figured it all out yet. You haven't read all the directions yet, and the same thing applies. Is understanding SAPA and then Missouri law and federal law is how you actually come to an understanding of what we actually have now. But the chilling effect is the thing that we're interested in, well, among other things, which has to do with taxation. Let's see. Sometime later, check your Facebook messages. Will do, Chris. No problem, buddy. So at any rate, that's the main. This is the announcement portion. I guess we're going to get to people and individuals we need to go after in just a moment here. But you guys now get the gist of what the announcements were all about. New channels, new opportunities. Let's grow this movement so Missouri becomes the finest state in the union to live in for freedom, for liberty.
And a whole new organization to help get that done. A centralized place where all of you and us can kick ideas back and forth together. And, Patrick, I'll tell you guys right now, Patrick and I need your support, and we'll need your support, whether that's, monetarily at some point in time. Yes, certainly. But above all else, we need you. We would like you. We invite you to stay with us through this little adventure. Because I can guarantee you this, we consider each and every single one of you just an extension of us, so please stay with us, help us when you can, with what you can. Hey, that's all I've got to say, really.
Prepper says he believes Aaron Dorr with Missouri Firearms Coalition will be sending an email telling the differences between Missouri law and federal law. That's wonderful. And by the way, Aaron Dorr does great work. Our scope is a little different from Aaron's. So we're not conflicting with him. By the way, I consider Aaron a friend. I have met up with him 3 times up in Jeff City, and have had wonderful chats with him. I did an interview with him last year. I call him on the phone once in a blue moon, not so much this year. But last year, I talked to him quite a bit on the phone. So
yeah, absolutely. We both talked to Aaron Dorr, and like Patrick says, we consider him a friend and an ally in this. Responsibilities, though, whereas opposed to Patrick and I, we are solely focused on the state of Missouri for 99.9% of what we're attempting to do here.
Right, but Aaron isn't going to be looking into getting manufacturers here. Aaron's not going to be looking into starting the state firearms license. these are things that we will be doing through the Missouri Liberty Alliance in conjunction probably with attorneys and with legislators. Hence, basically the need for us to start coming up with some products so we can generate some revenue to pay attorneys. That's a big part of it, gang. And now, others may be thinking of this right now, but they certainly don't have YouTube channels and they're not announcing it. So Jimmy and I will actually claim credit for the etymology of, especially Jimmy, for the state firearms license, where we actually get away from the federal government here on what you do in a gun store. But Liberty, once again, man, I wish I could meet you. I wish I was up there and I could meet you. And thank you very much for being with us and everything. Thanks for your dedication and actually going out there today. And KC Rich has not chimed in today, and that bothers me a little bit. I wonder if he's okay.
And Prep POV, thank you for your repeated comments in here. Unless somebody comes up with these ideas and these questions for us to look into, like I said, we rely on you guys heavily for your contributions, not and just mentally, and bringing up these questions that we may not have thought about. So thanks, guys. I wish we've got 26 in here now, Patrick. I wish more people would get involved. And what did I reference that the other day, where we were talking about how this whole thing evolved, how it got started and how it evolved. And when you and I both started into this thing, basically all we had to take with us was a desire to make Missouri a freer state and cut ties with the federal government.
That's right.
And we reached out to Senator Eric Burleson. We called him up, and he agreed to meet with us in person. If you go back through Patrick's archives, you'll see a picture of us two goofballs, and Eric's in the middle. And that's basically what I'm trying to tell you guys, is we're starting from scratch here again, and we're going to start stepping through the horse field. And if we step on a cow pie, we step on a cow pie. But we're going to keep going, and that's how we started this whole thing.
Yep. And so it was truly grassroots. It was truly 100% grassroots. And I am so happy that things worked out the way they did, that we finally got it passed, and that it opens up, by the way, this will not be carried in the mainstream media. You guys watching this here today, it doesn't matter what state you're in, you won't find this information in the mainstream media that Missouri got the Second Amendment Preservation Act, unless it is negative. That's the only way.
Yeah, unless there's a negative connotation to it. Exactly.
Yep, that's correct. And I will share with you guys later, as I'm going to start creating videos for the Missouri Liberty Alliance about the people we have to go after. There's 5 people, guys, that I have on my radar that need to be literally exposed. And as I show you that, you'll see that the media in Missouri only covered Sapa in a negative light. There was absolutely no counterpoint to the negative side that they covered. None. So as far as the media goes, they should be number 6, but there's really nothing you can do about the media other than ignore them. But because of
actually, they should be number 1, because they have such a broad influence. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? They can reach thousands and thousands and thousands of people, yet they choose not to, or if they choose to mention it, light.
Yeah, but so, I choose to think of it like, this is my opinion though, like the federal government. It's best to just ignore them altogether. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. It's the same thing with KY3, or Color 10, or, any of the news stations that we have here in Missouri. You're not going to be able to change them. They're all anti-gun. And so, that's basically my take on it. So basically with, YouTube, with DLive, with Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, Odyssey, when we get all of that set up, we got some of it done already. I'll put the links in the chat again for you guys who came in late. We can actually get this information out, because the mainstream media is not going to do it. We can actually let you guys know in advance when we have problems, or if we're being attacked, we can let you know who's doing the attack and why, so we can go after them. This is what it's all about, gang. We are keeping our Second Amendment rights here in Missouri. We're not going to let anyone take them away. including the Democrats or the rhinos or what we want to call the turncoat Republicans, because we do have them, and we're going to talk about them in just a minute.
Oh, yes, we do have them.
So I basically, let's see, I can tell that Liberty Revolutionary is a true gent. Yep, in fact, he grew on me pretty quick. He is definitely one hell of an ally to have on your team. So my hat's off to you, Liberty, big time. And Liberty and I have been conversing back and forth quite a bit on Twitter. So I've basically been able to talk to him. Yeah, Schatz wasn't there. That's correct, M. Gabriel. We'll get to that in a second. I knew he wouldn't be there. Despite, okay, maybe Jimmy, unless something else comes up in the chat here, let's focus on Schatz for a minute, if you don't mind. Is that okay?
Give me two nanoseconds here, Patrick. I got so envious of watching you smoke a cigarette on screen that I had to step out on my deck.
Okay.
Because
okay, but we still
that's
have
as
you.
real as it gets with us, folks.
So Schatz is a problem. Schatz held, and I'm going to get into all the aspects of Schatz here, and you guys can chime in too. Schatz is the Senate pro tem. In other words, he is the president of the Senate in Missouri. He held Sapa hostage for 10 weeks. 10 weeks. 10 incredibly critical weeks. We could have had Sapa a lot sooner. We could have let that filibuster with the Democrats go on for days. We didn't have time to do that because he let it go finally, and then rodent became an element in this as well. But
yeah, the way I see this is that we could have had Sapa a lot sooner. It was only, say what you want, by God's grace that this came in on the 11th hour, and I don't know what was going on with the Democrats that they let that filibuster fall, but they could have kept it going, and we could have been shafted out of our Second Invasion Act.
That's right. So basically, I got to say that Schatz was holding back because he wanted a gas tax passed. Now, there's been conflicting information on that, but I've heard from too many sources that was the issue. He wanted his gas tax to go through, which most likely he would benefit from. So Michelle says, so grateful to have spent this historic Missouri Day with y'all. Michelle, it was an honor to have you here. And by the way, Michelle, I'm going to go ahead and make you a mod. And I want you to throw your YouTube channel. Michelle has a wonderful channel, and in fact, I was listening to it last night when I go to bed. She does wonderful prayers on her channel. And Michelle, if you wouldn't mind sharing those with us, that would be great. Just by putting in a link to your YouTube channel, you can do that now in the chat. So thank you for everything you do, Michelle, by the way.
Hey, you guys should know that even though I don't know Michelle as well as Patrick does, these 3 years that I've been privileged to have the acquaintance of Mr. Patrick Holland, I've grown to trust him implicitly. If he says it's true, it's true. He's never bent or varied from any, when he says it, man, you can take it to the bank. So that's where I am with this. So if Patrick says Michelle's a star, she's a star in my book.
Yep. So really wonderful to have such a godly woman with us. And so let me continue on with what I was saying about Schatz. Schatz can no longer be allowed to be the president of the Senate. He has lost his right to have that because he claimed to be Second Amendment as long as, of course, he's Second Amendment, right? He's all for the Second Amendment, but he wanted his gas tax passed before he's willing to support it as the president of the Senate. So that's what we need to do, is call up our senators, and because they will be electing the president of the Senate again, we need to let them know that Schatz is no longer viable for that position because he has violated his oath of office. He held Sapa hostage, and then he also wanted a gas tax. That's not a conservative principle, by the way. He wanted a gas tax implemented in order to pass Sapa, and in fact, he wanted that gas tax so bad that he made he wanted a 17-cent tax. So what he did is he made it like 2.2 cents a year for like 9 years in a row, in order to get through the Hancock Amendment. So he's smart enough to understand that he couldn't just get the 17-cent sales tax. He had to do it incrementally in small amounts in order to fly under the Hancock Amendment, which wouldn't allow him to do that. The Hancock Amendment basically says if there's an increase in tax, it needs to go to the voters. But there's a threshold you have to hit for that increase. He kept it right underneath that threshold in order to get it, prevent it from going to the voters. So
just so our listeners and viewers know, Patrick, and this is my opinion, and I'll take full responsibility for it. Anybody willing to sacrifice something as important as the Second Amendment for a stupid gas tax, that's a politician I don't need.
that's correct. That's a politician you not only don't need, but you need to actively get rid of. He won't go away on his own, gang. So it takes us to call up our senators and say, listen, Schatz has to go. Find someone who's actually conservative, please, because Schatz is not that. And we're going to get to rodent in a second here. Right now we're concentrating on Schatz. So Schatz actually slowed down the process, which is why we were literally hanging on by our fingernails at the end of the legislative season. That's because of Schatz. Thank you, Schatz. And of course, there's two other that participated in that, but they only participated by 1 week each. Schatz participated by 10 weeks. And guys, we're talking about precious, precious time that was taken away from the Second Amendment Preservation Act, theoretically to allow the Missouri Sheriff's Association to come in and start doing their work, their evil work. We'll talk about the Sheriff's Association when we get to sheriffs, by the way. But there are 3 senators, in my opinion, that we're working with the Sheriff's Association to slow down the process to hopefully stop it dead in its tracks. Now, that happened last year, that happened in 2019, and we'll get to Senator Crabcakes here in a little bit because he had a lot to do with this year and last year. That would be Senator Huff, by the way. Huff, whatever.
I can't help but laugh at that reference.
Yep. So, as far as tar and feathering Schatz, yeah, if you can get away with it. But right now, I think it's better that he loses position in shame. In absolute shame, he gets voted out of leadership in the Senate. No longer the president of the Senate. To get him out of the Senate entirely is a very different, arduous, time-consuming task. It's easy, probably, to get him removed as president of the Senate. So that's what I'm going to ask everyone to focus on. The new calls to action, the very first call to action with the Missouri Liberty Alliance is please call your senators and tell them to make sure Schatz is not president of the Senate anymore. So, yeah, a recall is difficult to do, Scott. I've looked into it. It's the same thing with sheriffs. You got to go around the district and get, what was it with sheriffs? 17% of the amount of people who voted. You have to get their signatures to do a recall for sheriff. I believe it's the same thing for senator, state senator. And Sir Vix-a-Lot has joined us. Hey there, Sir Vix-a-Lot.
Yes, Patrick, if I may mention real quick here, in regards to Schatz, we have learned, we have heard, okay, none of this is confirmed, that he has aspirations for higher offices. And again, like I said, I don't want even a senator that would turncoat us like he turncoated us, and I certainly don't want him in any higher office.
Yep.
So keep your eye on Schatz, and we'll do our absolute best to keep you informed as to what's going on within the political realm here in the state of Missouri, so that you all can make informed decisions about who should be leading our state.
Yeah, M. Gabriel just said something very quotable. I'd like to read it out loud here. And this is from M. Gabriel. Anyone who would sacrifice essential liberty for a few potholes deserves neither liberty nor smooth roads. And
I believe he's paraphrasing there from one of the founding fathers.
I think he might be as well. That would be from Benjamin Franklin. But yeah, I love that. Our sheriffs are good people in my area. Okay, Sir Vix-a-Lot. Yep, there's many good sheriffs out there, by the way. If I have ever said anything to the contrary, I'm horribly wrong. We do have great sheriffs in Missouri.
Patrick, if I may add a little thing right now, I happen to live in Jefferson County. Dave Marshak is my sheriff. And Patrick, I'm sure you'll agree with me. We've heard internally that Sheriff Marshak was a great help.
Yes, he was.
People who supported the Second Amendment Preservation Act. I have spoken to Dave on numerous occasions, and the guy is a straight-up gentleman.
And
so we do have good ones out there.
Yep. Unfortunately, I cannot say the same for Sheriff Cole in Christian County. In fact, I will make it my personal business to make sure that he never gets reelected again. That's my promise. He probably watches this channel, by the way. Sheriff Cole, I'm coming for you. Sheriff Arnott in Greene County, I'm coming for you too. You have broken your oaths of office, and I will be proving it on the Missouri Liberty Alliance. So you guys finish up your terms and enjoy, because it's the last ones you'll have. You will not be reelected.
Say about it. And if Patrick's on it, I'm on it.
Yep.
And I would hope that every single one of you viewing or listening to this podcast right now, we've previously asked for your support. Stand behind us, guys. This has got nothing to do with us. This has just got to do for the benefit of every single resident of Missouri.
We need to make Missouri a better place. In order to do that, we need to get rid of unconstitutional sheriffs and unconstitutional representatives and unconstitutional senators. And so basically we will, basically as a group, we will keep each other informed, and we will go after those who need going after. And Sheriff Cole, my sheriff in my county, he's got to go. He's got to go. He has violated his oath of office. He's lied to the people. He is not a supporter of the Second Amendment. He was not a supporter of Sapa, because he was willing to put conveniences and federal grant money ahead of everyone's Second Amendment rights, as did Sheriff Arnott in Greene County. Those are the two guys I've got targets on. McCluskey running for Senate, thoughts? I'll tell you what, I've got some issues with McCluskey, but we're looking into that. Actually, Jimmy is too. But also, I've talked to Ron Calzone about that as well. Although he's a very likable person in real life, he does have very strong Democratic ties that need to be looked into. But he apparently is a strong supporter of the Second Amendment, and he was a Democrat before the incident that happened to him and his wife.
It should be mentioned that he denies that.
Yeah, he denies that. But there's been an awful lot of information. But once again, guys, we'll vet him very thoroughly for everybody. And in fact, we'll invite him to the Missouri Liberty Alliance for an interview and see if we can, figure out if he is a good person to run for the state Senate as Roy Blunt leaves. Roy Blunt needs to leave. He needed to leave 20 years ago. But at any rate, there's lots of pro-Second Amendment sheriffs out there. I know of two that need to go that are not pro-Second Amendment. They say they are right and left. They'll say it right to your face. And if I call them on the phone right now, they tell me how Second Amendment they were. But yeah, Sapa, not Sapa. Sapa's, we got problems with Sapa. There's some problems with it. Well, that's not Second Amendment, is it, gang? That is not Second Amendment. Those are guys who are worried about federal funds coming into their sheriff's office. That's what they're worried about, funding. So my Second Amendment rights take a back seat to their funding. Cole, Arnott, we're coming for you. The Missouri Liberty Alliance is coming for you. We will expose you, and you will not get second terms. I'm sorry. You guys literally stepped in it when you went against Sapa. So,
ladies and gentlemen in the viewing and listening audience, you've just heard from Patrick Holland. You've just heard a very passionate speech. Mark my words, he means to do exactly what he says he means to do.
Yep. But that's what it takes, is the grassroots, gang. The mainstream media will not go after anti-Second Amendment sheriffs. The mainstream media loves anti-Second Amendment sheriffs. They love them. So, this is something that we need to take very seriously here, is whether or not we want to keep anti-Second Amendment sheriffs. And by the way, like I said, when it comes down to it, they will tell you that I'm wrong, they're right, they're Second Amendment, and they'll say, well, we had problems with Sapa for this, and for this, and for this, and for this. And it really came down to civil asset forfeiture. We'll get into that when I make videos on the sheriffs. It came down to money, gang. Money. The sheriffs wanted more federal money. And they were willing to sacrifice your rights to get that federal money. So we'll talk about that in more detail later. But Schatz cannot be president of the Senate anymore. He's done.
Well, let's reiterate, Patrick, that there are certain sheriffs we're going after. There are other sheriffs out there who are saints as far as we're concerned.
Yes, there are other great sheriffs. Danny Morrison, Polk County Sheriff's Office, a very strong Second Amendment supporter. In fact, Jimmy, if you remember when we were up in Jeff City this last time, the sheriff that I shook hands with and was talking to, Sheriff of Polk County, I know him personally. Good man, excellent Second Amendment supporter, and was pro-Sapa. And so at any rate, yeah, there are good ones out there as well, for sure. We need to go after the federal asset forfeiture profitable sharing program as well. Liberty, I agree. That is, by the way, that deserves its own podcast. Let's not do that today. Because that, in effect, is what keeps sheriffs literally tethered to the federal government, is that money coming in from asset forfeiture. So we'll talk about that. And in fact, I'd like to get the 10th Amendment Center to come in on that one as well. So we'll have to talk to them about that and get them involved to help everyone have a much better understanding.
The viewers and the listeners should understand that through this thing that started off very, very small, basically Patrick and I having enough of the federal government stomping all over our Second Amendment rights, we've been privileged and honored to meet people in politics, sheriffs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The Second Amendment Center, those guys have sort of kind of jumped in on our bandwagon, and we are so proud and happy to have them. But we've started compiling a group of people who are like-minded to us and who we intend on definitely using to forward all of these things that we've been talking to you all about. So just so you all know that, I mean, it just seems to snowball. And Patrick and I basically came to the conclusion that nobody has the experience, I guess, that we do right now, nor the momentum, and so there's only a couple of guys that can continue it on, and that's exactly what we intend to do.
Yep. And I'd like to say that, too. This is one of those urgent realizations, gang, I had. And by the way, this isn't Jimmy, Pat hour or anything. I just want to explain to you what I went through and what I saw that I didn't see that David Burden and Jimmy D helped me see. And that is that literally there just wasn't enough coverage of what was truly going on in Missouri in order to get SAPA passed. It was, there were holes, if you will, and that those holes needed to be filled. And so that's what we see here with SAPA being passed. We see holes, Jimmy and I see holes that need to be filled to actually make the SAPA or take advantage of all the opportunities that we have with SAPA, particularly with getting manufacturers out here. That's actually a big discussion that we've had already, but it's not just that; it goes beyond that. But we, basically want to make Missouri the best state in the union, and making Missouri the best state in the union is actually we're off to a running start right now with SAPA with teeth, more specifically. And so basically it's because of you guys. And it's Ron Calzone's, grassroots movements. It's Aaron Doerr's movement. Those are the three main planks, but there's one more too that I keep forgetting to bring up. That's the MRA, the Missouri Republican, it's not Alliance, but they also had a large part in this too. So there's four main planks of the grassroots movement. I'm part of Ron's, actually. So, I mean, I guess I could group myself in with Ron, or I could say it's Truth, Money, and Freedom podcast. It's the same thing as far as Ron's concerned. Ron isn't a guy who likes to stand there and get credit, by the way, and neither are Jimmy and I. The credit doesn't really go to the leaders. It goes to all the folks that actually made the phone calls and sent the emails. That's where the pressure was.
Yeah, the only reason basically we're putting our ugly mugs before you guys for judgment is that we were disgusted with the way things were going. The fact that none of the good things are ever brought to the attention of the Missouri public You hear all kinds of bad things, but in this particular case, nobody was carrying Sapa. What's Sapa? Nobody even knew what that was. So our intention is to keep the citizenry of Missouri better informed. If somebody's doing something that's crooked and bad, we want to know about it, and we want then in turn to tell you about it. If somebody's doing something good, we want to know about it so you can know about it.
Yep.
So, Patrick?
Yep. And that's, like I said, that's what we're doing. We're literally envisioning what comes next after Sapa is now a reality. That's what we're doing. That's what the Missouri Liberty Alliance is all about. Plus, anything having to do with the constitutionality of making sure that Missouri is as free and it has as many liberties as humanly possible. And we do that through legislation. We do that through grassroots, basically. We do that with even on the free market level, where we explain to, you guys, okay, someone just wrote in here that it's amazing how few people knew that Sapa was even happening. That's correct. Think about the firearm manufacturers. Did they know that we just passed Sapa? Did they know what the benefits would be to their corporation to move to Missouri? The answer is probably no. Let's look at the, the guys that manufacture, these things. Do they know that we have Sapa in Missouri and they could come here and actually manufacture their product without any federal taxation or oversight? The answer is no. Once again, Jimmy and I have already been talking about this, actually. We think that it's time to form an organization that can kind of be, as Jimmy called it, the godfather or the watchdog of our rights in Missouri as far as the Second Amendment Preservation Act is concerned, but extend out to what opportunities it affords corporations and people to actually come into Missouri, to take part of this, to actually enjoy this new liberty that no other state has. Let's see, I carried my gun today.
Full-blown capitalism without federal influence.
Yep.
Has proven time and time again to be the most successful way to promote a society, period.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yep, and M. Gabriel was talking about the 13% ammo surcharge to fund wildlife programs in conjunction with states' assets. That is correct. The state taxes remain. It's the federal taxes that go away. That's my understanding. So,
yes, promoting the wildlife thing is not considered chilling.
Yep.
And that word is very important in the legislation.
Yep, because there should be, and I understand funding, basically the wildlife programs in Missouri. I actually talked to Ron Calzone about that about a month ago. And that was when Arkansas's bill fell apart. Maybe more than a month ago. That was probably about 6 weeks ago. And that was the Arkansas Sovereignty Act. That was their version of SAPA in Arkansas that fell apart, basically because the taxes weren't spelled out in their bill. And that allowed us to actually redo our Senate bill, or I'm sorry, not our Senate bill, but our House bill real quick, to actually differentiate between federal and state taxes and what is a chilling effect, what taxes would be a chilling effect. So we did learn something out of that as well. Plus also Arkansas learned a hard lesson on that one.
Yeah, Chris writes in here, how do you skirt federal taxes if you engage in interstate commerce? To be perfectly honest with you, Chris, I have no idea.
We haven't.
Guess what? We're going to find out.
That's correct. That's that's part of what we're doing here with this new organization, is to figure out basically how it, because if the product is made in Missouri and sold in Missouri, no federal taxes, right? But what happens if that product goes to Colorado? I'm sure that federal taxes will now be engaged for Colorado, not for the corporation in Missouri, for the wholesaler that purchases in Colorado, I believe. So once again, these are things that we have to figure out. And so I'm sorry we've shifted right once back again to the big announcements and the things Jimmy and I are talking about. So at any rate, please let all of your friends know about the Missouri Liberty Alliance. Please let them know. We'll start getting content on there. One thing I'm going to be doing here in the next week is uploading all the SAPA videos from legislative year 2021. up into Sapa and actually doing playlists with them. And that's for other states to take advantage of, so that other states who are trying to pass SAPA legislation can see exactly what we were going through at the time. Aaron Dorr also did videos, but it was Aaron Dorr and me. We're the only ones actually making videos on this. And this year, he wasn't on YouTube so much. He was more on Facebook. Last year, he was more on YouTube than he was on Facebook, and this year it was the reverse of that. So we need to be consistent, and we need to let everyone know what's going on. Drop a link, Sir Vix-a-Lot, for the new YouTube channel. No problem, buddy. In fact, I'll do links for all the channels again. Okay, this link I'm putting in right now is the new YouTube channel dedicated to the state of Missouri. And the next link is from DLive. That'll be our DLive. When we actually go live and do videos, we have other places other than YouTube, in case YouTube doesn't like what we're doing and wants to shut us down, sometime, even if it's temporarily. And then also a Twitch account. And this is the Twitch account.
Patrick Scott Mason has put a comment in the column, comments here.
Mm-hmm.
Who is on board with these ideas and questions in our government? And that's a very good question, Scott. I would like to know the answer to that myself. What do you guys think of all of this concept, if you will, that Patrick and I have come up with? If you think it's a good idea, if it's a bad idea, yada yada yada, put it in the comment section, please. Patrick?
Yep. I agree. Let us know what you think about the idea about basically exploring the new environment, the new liberty that Missouri has that no other state has. What do you think about us literally forming an alliance with other states? For instance, Missouri Liberty Alliance, and then one of you may be in Oklahoma, and you start the Oklahoma Liberty Alliance. And then basically we're partnered up with basically the same libertarian goals. What do you think about the ideas we have about bringing manufacturers into the state of Missouri? And exploring that. What do you think about the idea of us actually becoming lobbyists for the state, in the state of Missouri, for everything Constitution? And that includes, furthering our freedoms with the Second Amendment. What do you guys think of all this stuff? I mean, just go ahead and throw it in the chat there, what you guys think about what we've been talking about. And also, we'll come up with, other ideas that we haven't even thought of yet, that we can do with, this organization. Sir Vix-a-Lot says he's on board.
Well, I got it. Yeah. I was sitting here watching the number of viewers, and we've maintained a good level of viewership through all of this. So I'm hoping that's a positive sign that everyone who's watching or listening to this is on board with it.
Yep. Scott Mason says, good idea, but we need folks in our Congress to work things out right. That's part of what we would do, actually. I'm forming relationships with senators and representatives that represent other things other than Second Amendment. For instance, I told you about Bishop Davison. He wants to get rid of critical race theory, and I'm thinking that's something that we should back with the Missouri Liberty Alliance. I think that's something we can work with. That's a great example. For instance, if there's a bill out there that says, well, we should get rid of federal background checks, I think that that's something that Missouri Liberty Alliance could get behind. But guys, the more exciting part, go ahead.
George Water just wrote in here, is there a chance that Missouri and other states that follow the 2A will eventually pass legislation that legalizes suppressors, SBRs, and George, thanks for the question. Great question. As a matter of fact, your question aligns with one of my priorities.
Yep.
In the fact that I think that most of this nonsense that's in Missouri gun law now is nonsense. And we would be, with this organization, lobbying our representatives and our state senators to get these laws changed. With the introduction and the law of SAPA being signed today, the opportunities have opened up across the board for us to keep what we want to keep dump what we want to dump and basically create our utopian state of Missouri, if you will.
Yep, and I'll tell you what, Scott Mason, by the way, I'm going to comment on that in a second. In fact, I should do it right now. I agree 100%, and I do believe we are going to legalize suppressors, SBRs, and SBSs. I do believe that's coming. However, I don't want to guarantee it because I've talked to Eric and to Jared, and there's different priorities for next year. We'll get into that in a little bit, and I'll explain why. Scott Mason says it's important to get people who are running for office to be on our side. That is 100% correct, and that's something that we are going to do with the Missouri Liberty Alliance. Is we're going to come up with a questionnaire from our organization that goes out to anyone who's running for office. And basically, we're going to find out and get on the record where they stand on critical constitutional issues. Constitutional issues. So we will be, that's one thing that we'd already thought of as well. So questionnaires would go out to everyone who's running. We'd get those back in the mail. We could report on those and let you guys know where they've answered. Also, too, we'll probably start getting interviews with individual Missouri politicians. In fact, I think that's going to become a mainstay of this channel. We'll be interviewing politicians on here, I think, which is something that I've not really gotten into because pushing Sapa, it was more important to get information out than it was, and by the way, quickly, than it was to actually schedule time to get an interview with a senator. So that's why you guys didn't see a whole lot of interviews this year. Last year I did them. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Patrick. I keep butting in on you. I just see these comments that I'm just loving these guys are putting forward. Liberty, Patrick, and I have already talked about the gold and silver back as legal tender in Missouri. We got it in the back of our minds, buddy.
Yep. In fact, I already have someone in the Senate that I have actually made a phone call to that I'm waiting for a phone call back to actually start getting a bill prepared for 2022 for gold and silver as legal tender. And that person is Senator Bill Eigel, by the way. Those of you who know him. I've got a phone call into him, and I've prepped him, and I said I need about 20 minutes of your time. So when you call back, make sure you have 20 minutes to talk. But at any rate, I've already started that process, by the way, gang. And that was actually, what was that, last week? That was not this past week, but the week before. So, but...
And in case you all haven't figured it out now, by now, Patrick and I have been brainstorming the living dickens out of this thing.
Yeah. Yeah, Jimmy and I are, basically we're on top of a lot of this stuff. But once again, we can't think of everything. We can't. So that's why we need you guys. We need you guys not only as Missouri Liberty Alliance, but we need you guys to not give up the fight. We need you guys to keep fighting, to make sure. It's up to us, gang. Hey, listen, I'm going to give you the speech right now. If we don't do what we're talking about doing, it's not going to get done. Literally, you guys, just like the Second Amendment Preservation Act, if we didn't do what we did, it wouldn't get done.
Who would have done it? Yeah, nobody else stepped up to the plate, so...
Yep. Yeah, that's correct. No one else, Aaron Dorr, I love Aaron Dorr, by the way, and I am a member of the Missouri Firearms Coalition. But, basically, he's paid. He gets money to fight for this. We did it for free.
Michelle, we love you, girl. Thank you for the comment, and thank you for thinking our ideas are tremendous. We're just trying to make, as cliche as it sounds, we're just trying to make the world a better place. We want a United States of America that I had when I was a kid.
Yep.
For those of you who don't know, I'm 64 years old. I was born in 1956. There used to be an America that you could be proud of. What I've seen lately, I'm not so proud of it. So, like Patrick just said, if we don't do it, Patrick and I could figure out no one else would. So, by God, we're going to do it.
Yep. So, basically it's us, gang. It's us or it's nobody. The ideas that we talked about right now, if we don't do them, no one will do them. It's that simple. And we're not joking. I've been in this fight long enough to know, not only with, I do stuff locally here. If you guys live close to me, you would definitely know who I was. A lot of people hate me.
You're a rabble rouser, that's why.
I'm a rebel rouser. I'm a guy who doesn't agree with my local school district spending $2 million on a field house for sports in a town of 2,000 people. You know, and I shut that down, and I've got a lot of venom spat at me over that, big time, you know, from all the soccer moms and football dads. But so I'm very active locally too, but I don't bring it to the Truth, Money, and Freedom channel. I have another YouTube channel I've done that stuff on, and that's Clever Resident. But at any rate, let's see. You know how I feel, because I'm the same way. I'm 54. Patriotism is fading away. That's right, Scott. But I'll tell you what. Let Washington screw up the country. Let's save Missouri. Let's save our backyard. Let's clean it up, too. We got to clean it up. That's an important part. So we need to get rid of the deadweight and the rhinos and all the turncoat Republicans. The Democrats are basically they're powerless. Yep, Michelle, put in any links you like. Michelle, by the way, is a prayer warrior, guys. So I encourage you to follow her on her channel. She does some great prayers. There was one prayer, there's a video she has that's over 30 minutes long. I put it on my headset that I listen to things when I go to bed. And I was listening to her prayer on my while I was going to sleep last night, and that was very comforting. And Michelle, thank you for doing that, by the way.
And for any viewers or listeners out there who think that Patrick and I sound like a couple of politicians, let me assure you that's one thing that both of us have basically no aspirations of being. We feel as though that once you get into the political realm per se as a politician, you always have to make compromises. Personally, and I'm pretty sure I'm talking for Patrick too, we don't like compromises. So that's why you'll never see one of us running for office.
Yep. So, well, actually, I've been asked. By the way, I'm going to give...
I know you have.
So, let's see. Without me naming names, I don't have to, I don't think, at this point in time. There's a lot of folks with the MRA that have asked me to run for Jared Taylor's seat because he's terming out next year. So it'd be November of 2022. There will be an election, and Jared Taylor is my representative in my district, and I've been asked to run for his seat. But a lot of things have happened along the way. First of all, I told them that I don't want it, because I feel I could be more effective doing what I'm doing now rather than actually being in the House. So out of hand, I said no. I said I'm willing to explore it, but the fact is that the fact they picked me was an easy pick for them. They didn't look hard enough, because I'm very out there, I'm very public, I'm very upfront, and once again, I'm very well known locally because of other stuff I've done. So, but at any rate, I felt that because I really thought really hard about it, I thought, well, gosh darn it, maybe that's something I should consider. After thinking about it, I realized what I am doing with YouTube, with Truth, Money, and Freedom, with the Missouri Liberty Alliance, all this stuff that I'm doing here, with Sapa and stuff of that nature. Who would come in and fill my shoes? And I thought to myself, I don't think anyone would. So basically, I need to stay right where I'm at. We'll find a good conservative person to run for Jared's seat. So that's what I thought we'd do. And then we can promote that person. We can support them and make sure that someone good, conservative gets in there. Let's see. Liberty says, Truth, Money, Freedom. We should seriously get together for a weekend fishing trip and planning. Liberty, I couldn't agree more. And in fact, I don't know what your situation is. We could talk offline, but maybe you want to come down to Chimichanga Ranch. And we could do some shooting and some fishing down here and do some planning. We can get Jimmy D to come down and just do some planning or something.
Yeah, listen, that is one thing that I really would cherish, actually, is getting an opportunity to meet as many of you.
Me too.
Who listen to us carry on about the Constitution and everything else, which we, of course, firmly believe in. But I would love to meet you guys, man. Like-minded people, come on, bring it.
Yeah, Scott says it's hard to run for office without corrupt money. Well, that's something that I talked to my wife about when I was being asked to run, is that I would not take anything but grassroots donations if I ran for office. I wouldn't take any money from any businesses at all. Say money like that again. You make it sound so dirty. That's right.
It is dirty.
Bennett Springs is great. Okay, gotcha. It's something we'll consider. So, all right, gang. Well, that's basically the plans. What we would like to do, what we're going to explore, what we're going to look into. And like I said, we will actually set up some kind of store somewhere. It'll give us a little bit of time to do it, but we're looking at getting some products branded, basically for Missouri Liberty Alliance, so that, basically we can start generating some revenue. I'm also thinking about setting up a donation link, so that we could, raise money that way, because the SFA, guys, is something that we need to pursue. The state firearms license, something that is separate from the federal government and will adhere to Missouri law, not federal law. And right now, there's nothing in place to do it. In fact, I wonder how many of those FFLs are literally thinking that they're done and over with. Well, they're not. They simply follow federal laws in the state of Missouri. So if you want that silencer that Missouri says you can have, you can't get it from an FFL. Where do you get it from? So that's what I'm talking about. We need an SFL set up so people can set up new stores under that new banner, so they can get the products, that Missouri says you are allowed to have legally. And so at any rate, there, like I said, there's no end of ideas on this.
Patrick, I'm going to take you back. I'm going to step back a little bit because you switched off to the benefits of other people. I want everyone to realize this, and I've said this before. I'm retired, and I'm very, very fortunate to have a fantastic wife who has a fantastic company that's still up and running and all of that. But I just want to say, well, basically, Patrick, I want to say to you that, man, without the sacrifices, and I know firsthand, personally, the sacrifices you've made and business you've let slip through your fingers because of the dedication you've had to these, primarily the Second Amendment Preservation Act, but to other causes as well. Man, oh man, dude. I just want all the listeners to know, at least you think we're in this to generate a ton of money for us. That is not the case. But the fact remains that it takes money to get things done. Money is like the modern day wheels on the bus. If we can't hire lawyers and get expert opinions, then we're kind of out of luck. Then we're left guessing at what the law actually says we can and can't do, etc. And that's just one example. So, if we want to reach out, if we want printed materials, to forward to the general public for crying out loud, we're going to need money to make that happen. That's why we're, for lack of a better term, kind of commercializing this, because we have to generate income from somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yep.
Patrick, again, I wanted everyone to understand exactly how much you have, more than I, have sacrificed to do what you've done, what we've all done here.
I appreciate that, Jimmy. I appreciate that.
I stand on it. I believe in it. I know firsthand. Nobody can argue that point with me, brother.
And Liberty is asking if I want help with graphic designs. The answer is yes, 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 and yes, please. Yes, please.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
So, in fact, that's something Jimmy and I was talking about literally yesterday. And we definitely need that. We need to come up with a graphic design for Missouri Liberty Alliance. Right now, I'm just using variations of the Missouri flag. It's recognizable, but it doesn't say anything on our, if you look at your screen right now, this is Twitch, but it's the same thing at the YouTube. It's basically the Missouri flag both ways. Nothing says Missouri Liberty Alliance. So we definitely need some kind of logo going on. Maybe parts of the Missouri flag plus MLA or Missouri Liberty Alliance, or even not even the flag at all, and just Missouri Liberty. I don't know. Help us out. Yeah, that'd be great.
Artists are artists. Patrick and I seem to be pretty good at the ideas end of this thing, but an artist, I'm not.
Yeah, me neither. Yep. Let's see. You can get a 501c3 or 501c4 and get grants. Well, that's one thing to consider, but I don't like the idea of literally getting into bed with the federal government. And a 501c3 and a 501c4 are both federal tax exemptions.
Know that we've already discussed that.
Yep.
And Patrick and I are of the same ilk there. We don't want the federal government involved in any kind of anything we're doing.
Yeah, so that goes along with the theme of the Second Amendment Preservation Act, which is get the federal government out. So therefore, we don't want, we lose tax exemption. But at the same time, you guys may probably understand our point of view. The federal government, we don't want in this organization at all. And if
they don't like what we're doing, they cancel our stamp, and then we're back to square one. No, thank you. We don't need them.
Yep. So consequently, that means that, basically we will not be a nonprofit. But at the same time, at least we keep the federal government out. So that's kind of our thinking on that. But thank you for mentioning that, Scott. So I forgot to mention that.
And Liberty, thank you for see what you can come up with.
Yep.
We'd love to see your ideas.
Absolutely, we would. Yes, big time. And something that, something that represents the Missouri Liberty Alliance somehow. So I imagine the seal on the flag will have to be a part of pretty much any design because it's recognizable. At least to people in Missouri, it is. So, and also too, I want other people, and I said this before, and I'd like to echo it one more time. If you're in another state, that doesn't mean you're not in the gang. You're here, you're in the gang. But I would also encourage you to start your own state's Liberty Alliance and partner with Missouri Liberty Alliance because we're stronger together no matter what. And, as long as we have the same goals and the same basic focus, constitutionality, Second Amendment rights, we'll be just fine. That will make us the alliance, state by state. We're alliance in the state, but we can also be extra state alliance as well.
Garage Water says, do you believe that the defund the police movement and Biden's want for gun control played a major role in the spike of gun sales? Come on, Garage. Yeah, I do.
Yep. Liberty mentioned the 10th Amendment Center stayed away from the 501c3 also for the same reason. So, yep, I realize that, that's not an original idea to stay away from the Fed, but that's something that Jimmy and I actually just... by the way, this whole thing with Missouri Liberty Alliance, Jimmy and I came up with this about a month ago. We were waiting for the right time to bring it to you guys and let you know about it. But, let's see. Hit the mythical vigilante. He is very talented. Okay, we'll take a look at that. And thank you, Michelle. Thank you. And yes, we're going to need a website. So that's another thing. In fact, Jimmy and I just talked about that. Was it yesterday or the day before?
I think it was yesterday.
Yesterday?
Well, at least it came up again yesterday.
Yep. So, yep, the website is something that I think I could probably do. But anyone who wants to donate a little bit of time to help out with a website or graphics, holy crap, would we appreciate it. So, okay, but you guys get the general idea here. Missouri Liberty is Ron Calzone's YouTube site. And in paying homage to him and what an incredible man he is, how much he's done for, the state of Missouri, I just thought it would be pretty cool to have the name of his YouTube also in ours. And we'll partner with him as well. It would be silly to even undertake something like this without Ron Calzone.
If any of you guys visit his site and you happen to have email communications with Ron, because Ron has been known, he sends out emails to everyone that he's got on file. He keeps a personal file of everyone that's ever talked to him in regards to these, legislative things that he's involved in. He keeps a file and he sends out regular emails. So if any of you get an opportunity to communicate with Ron, please tell him that Patrick Holland and Jim Wendell said hi. We love you, brother. And tell him we sent you because we have nothing but admiration for the man.
Yep. And, I'm familiar with GoDaddy, Scott Mason. So a lot of my customers use GoDaddy. So we will definitely find a place to host the site. The website probably won't go up for, I hate to put timelines on these things because I get busy with other things once in a while. Like you guys, I know that for almost 3 weeks there I didn't do a video, but you guys didn't know in the background what was going on with me. Jimmy knew what was going on, but we talked personally on the phone. But, deaths in the family, and my daughter's going through a series of surgeries, and I'm taking care of my grandkids quite a bit, or my grandson anyway. So there's just lots of other things going on in my personal life. Let's see, Scott Mason. TC, what town do you live in? I'm in between, like Clever, Nixa area. I'm in the Clever school district, though. But I'm out in the county. I'm not actually in a town. So I'm in Christian County, in between Clever and Nixa. Truth, Media, Freedom. I'm not great with web pages, but I'm pretty good with design. I've done business cards and business signs. Awesome, Liberty. Like I said, anything you could do to help. And, yep, I'm not sure what your situation is, but, like I said, you want to come down to Chimichanga Ranch and at some point, for a day or two, and we can work that out and everything. But, if you want to work with us on designs or something, you have some great ideas. Like I said, Jimmy and I can't think of everything. Just let us know. Let's see. Are you all familiar with Revenge of the CIs podcast? I am not. CIS?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with it either.
Oh, in relation to Columbia. Oh, I am southwest of Springfield, Missouri. I'm about 17, 18 miles southwest of Springfield, Scott. Yeah, Columbia's far. I went up to Columbia back in February to go pick up half a cow. So I was up in Columbia in February.
Patrick, that's not a cow. Ron Calzone would.
Okay,
correct you. That's a
steer. Steer. Sorry. Yeah, I got to get my terminology right.
Patrick's got to put his cowboy hat on.
Yeah. So, at any rate, gang, like I said, what happened today was truly historic, and I think it's going to take a little while for this to really sink in. The ramifications, positive ramifications of what happened today is mind-boggling. Guys, we have something that no one else in the entire United States has. We just took back our Second Amendments from the federal government with teeth. Yeah, other states have done this too, but they have, there's no punishment for anyone who would break the law, the new law that they have. We do. We have punishment. So this is pretty unique. This is special. It's historic. It's part of the new Civil War. The state's starting to rebel against the federal government because of the totalitarianism that's coming out of the federal government.
We should consider ourselves the guys who fired the first shot.
Yep. Well, because, Sapa legislation originated in Missouri some 9 years ago. Yeah, that's right. Freedom. So, and thank you all for being a part of it. Thank you for being here for it. Thank you for all the phone calls. It's really a shame. I had a lot of people last year on the Truth, Money, and Freedom channel that came in from Brian Young. And Brian Young is High Impact Flicks. But a lot of them were anarchists or volunteers. Come up, whatever you want to call them, constitutionalists. And they got so discouraged when our government shut down and we couldn't finish. If you guys go back to last year's videos, you'll read them. They said they're never coming back. They're never doing this again. We were hoodwinked. It's not worth it. We're never going to get it done. So we lost a lot of that, quote unquote, grassroots firepower from last year. What was beautiful about this year is we picked up right where we left off from last year. So all of those phone calls that were made, all those emails that were sent last year carried over to this year.
Well, Patrick, you should clarify that is we started off with a pretty good bang because all the legislators picked up basically where they left off because of the previous years.
Yep.
Phone calls and emails and yada yada yada. But we were still somewhat lacking in not that you guys didn't do a good job. We just didn't have the numbers we had to continue on that this year. Suffice it to say, though, I mean, we got it done. That's all that really matters. And we are so very much appreciative to every single one of you who even typed, "We want Sapa."
Yep. And so, yeah, what just happened today is very special and historic. This is something you'll be telling your grandkids about, especially as states clamp down more on Second Amendment rights around us. Illinois, California, states like that. Because I don't see SAPA even starting in those states. I don't even see it happening, to be honest with you. And I'm not that much of a pessimist in real life, but those states I just don't have a lot of hope for. It doesn't mean that there's, wouldn't be a miracle at some point in time.
Yeah, it's almost like you take New York, you take California, you take Illinois. It's almost like the devil has a stranglehold on these guys. They've let it go too far. I don't see how they could ever get out of the mess.
Okay, Scott Mason, for me to get to Columbia is about a 4-hour drive. You're about 4 hours away from me. So just to give you, a frame of reference on, the drive time and everything. So where Lee Summit, where the actual signing was today, is about 2 hours and 45 minutes for me to get there. 2.5 to 2 hour 45. And that's up right. It's just south of Kansas City, Lee Summit. It might be southeast, but it is right next. It's right pressed up against Kansas City, Lee Summit. So, but at any rate, you guys are something else. Thank you for everything. Let's keep this momentum going. We're not going to rest on our laurels. We're going to keep Missouri free, and we're going to make it even more free. We're going to incorporate more liberties in the state of Missouri. That's the point of the Missouri Liberty Alliance. And that we continue on the Second Amendment journey by literally remaking the laws in the state of Missouri. And that we go after politicians and sheriffs that are not on board with that. That we, basically promote freedom in Missouri, and that will, of course, spread to, the states around us. So that's the point of this. That's our goal. Let's see, 1 and 2nd are sacred. I hate the left. We have a few good ones in our side. Yes, the Blue Dog Democrats, the ones that are pro-First and pro-Second Amendment, but basically socially they're conservative, but fiscally they're liberal. And so at any rate, that would be like Tulsi Gabbard. That was actually running on the Democratic ticket for the presidential nomination, if you guys remember. So yes, there are Blue Dog Democrats out there. They're definitely out there. Look, go down to Texas. Holy crap, there's a lot of Blue Dog Democrats in Texas. A friend in Texas tried saying Texas has the best gun laws. No, we just surpassed them as of today.
Did we go really? I thought they also had some ramifications in their bill.
Well, actually, I've got to look that up because Jared keeps saying that's not true. Jared Taylor, when I've talked to him about it, and every time he's... Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Every time he talks publicly, he says we have the strongest Second Amendment Preservation Act in the entire United States. I was under the impression last year that they had a SAPA bill that was actually going to arrest any federal agents that came on Texas land to actually take away someone's Second Amendment privilege or basically infringe upon it. And it's not a privilege, it's a right. So forgive me on my nomenclature. Let's see. Frontier Justice is off 291 on the north side of Lee Summit. Gotcha. I had basically I mapped it out because I was thinking about going, but it would have been difficult for me to do that. And it was the drive time this morning that would have been difficult. So that's the reason why I didn't go up there. I'm glad you guys did, though. I sure wish Casey Rich would chime in. I'm actually starting to worry about the guy. I'll call him after we're done here.
Yeah, I second that motion. Casey Rich was, and of course, after the last little victory we had, after it passed the House of Representatives and then, was going to the governor's desk, he was hitting that, whatever it was, he was drinking pretty hard.
Yeah. The Texas bill got its teeth cut out a couple of weeks ago. Okay, thank you for that, Liberty. I had a feeling that happened because it's happened now in 5 states. Now that's 6 states that I know of where the teeth were all cut out. They've got their Sapa bill, but no ramifications for anyone in law enforcement that breaks the law.
Which
it's just
basically
stupid.
makes it toilet paper.
Yep. Yep, and then Second Amendment sanctuary counties. Dinah, unfortunately, with Missouri supremacy clause, those Second Amendment sanctuary counties aren't what we think they are. They're great political statements, but they actually, as Second Amendment sanctuaries, they don't truly exist as far as the state of Missouri is concerned. So that's a very interesting question. And when I get Ron Calzone on, hopefully I'll get him on in the next week or two because we need to start answering some questions. And Ron is a great guy to go to for that type of question.
Yeah, because isn't the supremacy clause the fact that no county or entity contained within...
Casey Rich! I'm sorry for interrupting. All right,
That's
buddy. All right, hey, I was about to give you a call, buddy. I was wondering where you were, Casey. Did you make it to the event today, buddy?
This is about the 3rd time we've mentioned you.
Yeah. Let's see. What would the votes be to repeal SAPA? SAPA will not be repealed as long as the Republicans have majority control. So don't worry about that one, Scott. What we worry about is people literally putting in amendments or red flags. So those are the things that we would have to worry about.
Yeah, essentially mini infringements.
Yep.
Basically, death by 1,000 cut our
Correct.
SAPA law to bits, which we don't intend to happen.
Yeah, Liberty Revolutionary says Missouri is known as a Dillon rule state. The state has preemption over political subdivisions. That's correct. That's what we call supremacy law in Missouri. I was right up front to video it on my phone. Okay, gotcha, Casey Rich. Awesome. I wish you chimed in. You could have met. We had at least 3 people from Truth, Money, and Freedom up there. So you could have met up with them.
Yeah, KT, we thought that the last celebration, after it passed the House again and went to the governor's desk, we thought perhaps you drank yourself to death.
No, I talked to him after that.
As far as I knew.
Yeah, Jägermeister. That's what it was.
Oh, my God.
Oh, hang on. Now that Casey Rich is in, gonna do one final toast, gang. Yeah, Jose Cuervo and I are literally, I just call him Joe now. I mean, we know each other that well. Okay. So here we go. Okay, I'm going to do one more toast, and this one is going to be to 3 men. Actually, 4 men. And this one is for, because I've already toasted, this is my first toast, is everyone in Truth, Money, and Freedom. You guys are freaking awesome, and thank you so much for everything you've done to make this a reality. Seriously, you guys can thank me all you like, but I was just the guy, literally, that was funneling information to a larger group of people. You guys are more than one. So you guys, the work you did was stellar. It was critical, and it couldn't have been done without you. But this toast is to 4 men. This is to Ron Calzone. You guys know who Ron is. I talk about him all the time. Eric Burleson, my senator. And that'd be Jared Taylor, my representative. And actually, last but not least, and I saved him last for a reason, to Jimmy D. I want to say thank you to all of you for everything that you've done to make this a reality. If we're not losing the faith, continuing the fight, even when we had dark moments, and Jimmy D knows what I'm talking about. There were 2 or 3 moments during this legislative year that it looked like we lost SAPA. And we fought on, and we certainly did not let on. We did not let you guys know the dark moments that we had. And it was one of those moments, we had fun with it, and that was Senator Huff. Another one of those dark moments was actually having to do with Roden. Basically it was the pressure that was exerted by you guys that actually got it through. And if it weren't for you guys, the grassroots, this wouldn't have happened at all. And Jimmy D was a very big part of this, not just now, but last year, and most especially the year before, where he actually figured out the right buttons to push to get me involved, to actually get this ball rolling in a venue that it had not been in before, which is in YouTube. So cheers to all four of you, most especially to Jimmy D.
Patrick, thank you. I don't know. I'm humbled, man. I'm really humbled. What can I say? There's not a one of us that's any more important than the other. And again, Patrick, I mean, if the good Lord above would accept a toast to him, you know, that 11th hour drop of the filibuster,
Yeah.
Holy smokes, you know?
You know what? I'm going to feature that in a video, because that happened in real time, and we were live. We did a group prayer, gang, if you guys remember this, when it was in the Senate, to stop the filibuster. We did a group prayer because, if you guys remember, I had my phone with me, and I was texting Ron Calzone, I was texting Eric, and a little bit to Jared, but this was out of Jared's venue. And to try and evoke a little known and little used Senate clause to stop the filibuster. And there was so much hesitancy to do it because it was considered bad taste, bad form, bad manners. And I was telling Eric, who cares? Sapa is on the line here. We have 1 day to get this done. 1 day. So what we did is we just kind of paused the Senate video and we did a group prayer together. And when I brought the video back up, or the audio from the video back up, is like 4 minutes later, the filibuster stopped, if you guys remember. So absolutely, praise to God, praise to Jesus Christ. Jesus himself said we have the right to self-defense. It's in the Gospels, gang, look it up. If you don't have a sword, sell your cloak and buy a sword. That's what Jesus said. Jesus said we have the right to self-defense. You know, so, but, yep, I'll get on the Twitter here in just a little bit. Hang on, let's see if I can bring that Twitter up. Okay, let me get on Twitter. Oh my goodness, I'm getting a lot of stuff here.
Hey, Patrick, I got a little question for you.
Go ahead.
Is this, we are on the brink of another Yuba Tuba-thon.
Yep.
What time did we start this?
Yeah, we are at 3 hours and 13 minutes, gang.
Oh, and thank you guys for hanging with us, because, you know, we all saw the signing, but you all are pretty much, based on the numbers, are pretty much hanging in here listening to us battle on.
Let's see. I wonder if the ATF changing pistol braces to SBRs would still make them illegal in Missouri, because Missouri law saying NFA SBRs are illegal if not registered. Nope, that's not true. What the ATF is doing right now no longer applies in Missouri.
Our law went into effect prior to anything they're going to come up with.
It wouldn't matter. I think in, well, hang on, it may have been the Senate version. They had a cutoff date, and it was January 1st of 2021, according to the bill. Any federal law past that date wouldn't apply anymore for the state of Missouri if it got passed in 2021. I think that's what it was. So.
But to further answer your question there, Prepper, this is how I see it. Short-barreled rifle classification is a pile of crap anyway, so let's just move forward and get that stricken off the Missouri gun law record. Let's just do that, and then it'll nullify any question.
Yep, and yeah, I'm just to let Liberty know. Yep, I'm looking at Twitter, man. I see the way you dressed for the event. You definitely would have stood out, but I don't think I saw you. But yeah, he wore what he needed to stand out in the crowd. That's awesome. And I got a question for Liberty. Were you open carrying at this event, or were you concealed carrying? I'm just curious. You don't have to answer that if you don't want to. I was just curious. So, let's see. I believe that I've been banned permanently from Facebook and Twitter. Sir Vix-a-Lot, that's almost a badge of honor. I can't talk about the beer flu. I absolutely cannot talk about the beer flu. On YouTube anyway. And if you talk about it on Facebook and on Twitter, you get in trouble too. So basically anything having to do with the beer flu is taboo now, because unless you're doing the mainstream media or you're carrying the government slash Fauci, go ahead.
Narrative.
Yeah, the narrative, you get shut down. A sign said conceal and carry only. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, you were printing, huh? Good deal.
Well, if you'd stop carrying that 12-gauge shotgun on your hip.
Yeah. Hey, Chris, thank you for joining us. You take care, buddy. Thanks for being with us on this historic, very historic day, and hopefully you'll be with us for everything we have planned to do in the future.
Yes, Chris, please. I've enjoyed talking to you very much. Stay with us, please. Check back with us. You know, Patrick has already said that he's going to try to give notifications when we're coming back on to let you guys have plenty of time and stuff like that. You know, this isn't just for today. This is for the future as far as we're concerned. So thanks for joining us today, and I hope to see you every time we're on.
Yep. Okay, let's see. Other than that, we'll new video. Okay, someone asked a question a little while ago. When am I going to start putting the Sapa videos onto Missouri Liberty Alliance? I will be doing that. I'm going to create a brand new intro. So I'm going to say it's probably going to start by Tuesday or Wednesday, and it's probably going to take me about a full week to upload all those videos. And it's not the uploading, it's the re-editing. Because I want to create an intro for Missouri Liberty Alliance, and in fact that's actually the only thing I have on my whiteboard for this weekend, apart from getting paperwork done for my personal business. So at any rate, I would say starting about Wednesday, you should start seeing content. It's older content. This will not be brand new stuff. This is all the Sapa stuff that we did from this year.
Yeah, we're trying to provide a roadmap to anybody outside of the state of Missouri that has an interest in this, where they have a place they can go reference to, and we'll expound upon that. You know, I'm sure at some point in time, given when we do have the time, we'll say this was what was going on when we did this video, and this is what we did to, you know, jump over a hurdle if one existed, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep. So, yep, we'll take care of it that way, and I'll set up playlists, basically, so anything that's Sapa for 2021 will go into a list. And also I have to download all my live streams. So those will get downloaded and re-uploaded onto the Missouri Liberty Alliance. And unfortunately, I'm not going to edit it to the point where anytime I said truth, money, and freedom, on the actual video, I'm going to take that out. I'm not doing that. I'm just talking about the intro and the outros for the videos. I'm going to create a new one, and so that's you know, something I'm doing. By the way, truth, money, and freedom, that's not going anywhere, gang. That's still going to be there, but the stuff that I've been doing with Missouri needs to go on a different channel, so we can keep that separate from Truth, Money, and Freedom, because Truth, Money, and Freedom is more than firearms. It's about the bond market, the stock market, gold and silver, cryptocurrencies, politics. Go ahead.
Patrick, I see Prepper's in here, and he says God, family, and guns is a Missourian. Yes, Prepper, we are fully aware that God, family, and guns is a Missourian. You know, all I can say to that is Patrick and I have attempted to contact him in the past and inform him about the Sapa legislation, et cetera, et cetera. We didn't get an answer. He made just recently a video about the Sapa laws, of which there were some inaccuracies. And if you look back, you'll see that I corrected him. I never got an answer from him. We've never had any help from him. So take that for what it's worth.
Yep. In fact, we could talk about that, and I've been reserved in the way I've been addressing the big box Second Amendment channels because I don't want to create enemies. But I'm very disappointed in all of them for not helping us out, especially when the Sheriff's Association was coming down on us for Sapa back in February. We were desperate. If you guys remember, those of you who were watching the channel back then, I think almost all of you were, I was asking, begging really, if you guys could please put some mention in all the big box Second Amendment channels to try and get their attention. If you guys remember that, that's because we were coming up against huge resistance in the Missouri Sheriff's Association, and a larger ground swelling from the grassroots would have helped overcome that. Now, we did overcome it, but there was a change in the ramifications, or the teeth, in Sapa. We didn't get rid of them, we just changed one set of teeth for another set of teeth, for them to just leave us alone, because they were coming down on us hard. But, okay, I'm going to call a few of them out. Legally Armed America, he doesn't give a crap about what we were going through here in Missouri. I have to say that, because there's too many ways I tried to contact him, and it went silent.
Me too, Patrick. You know that.
Yep.
I mean, if you're doing something, I'm doing it as well. See, Patrick and I tend to tag team up on, shall we call them targets of interest. If we're looking for someone to give us a hand with this, of course, we're as polite and as cordial as we possibly can be. We ask for their help, but we figure we've got double the chances of getting a response if he and I are both working on this. So carry on, my friend.
Okay, we tried God, Family, and Guns, and he clearly was not interested. I believe he was ignoring us, and he lives in Missouri. Gunspot, I tried very hard to get Gunspot, which was it's a smaller channel, like 11,000 subs maybe. He wasn't interested. God,
he's in Missouri as well.
Yeah, he's in Missouri as well. Of course, we went after Guns and Gadgets. No interest there. So guys, I mean, we got this done without the big box channels, and the only thing I can think of why all of them literally ignored us or snubbed us. I believe we were snubbed by a couple of channels. I'm not going to mention them. But in fact, I do believe we were snubbed by God, Family, and Guns, and also snubbed a little bit by Brian Young, who is someone I'm still grateful towards for helping build my channel. But we were snubbed by folks and ignored by others. We got it done regardless.
You got to admit, Patrick, that Brian did, at least last year, help us out.
He did. And like I said, I'll always be grateful to him. But I think, he's kind of drawn a line in the sand. He doesn't believe that what we were doing was worthwhile. And he made a video about creating a law to back up a right that you already have. So it was a volunteerist point of view, is what it was. So, Guns and Gadgets was discussing Sapa, but they sure as hell did not come in when we needed them. And they're discussing it after it passed. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, here's another thing. If Guns and Gadgets, if Jared would have contacted Patrick, and Patrick sent him all of his information, we were at the forefront of the fight. We were actually standing in the senator's and the representative's office. We were actually talking to these people face to face. If Jared claims to be this great pro-Second Amendment guy, wouldn't he want the most up-to-date, direct information he could get? And that would have been Patrick Holland. But he basically ignored us.
Yep. So, and also, it's really important to point out this very, very important fact. When it comes to people like Guns and Gadgets, literally, for Sapa, we were on the bleeding edge of Second Amendment liberties in the entire United States of America. And you would think that he would give that a little more attention, but it's not the doom and gloom stories that he tells from other states that generate revenue, that generate fear. We weren't about generating fear. We were about generating joy, about getting our liberties back.
Yeah, and when you get right down to it, Patrick, he could have generated a bucket load of stories from our experience, which would have kept him on air and blathering on about something else.
Or, you know, and I gave, like last year, when I was begging him to help us, and literally begging him, I said, dude, you don't have to promote my channel, because I know you don't want to. What you can do is get information from my channel, and the information from a specific video, and actually rebroadcast it and tell people what to do. The important thing about what we did with Sapa was the call to action. Guys, if you know, every single time I made a Sapa video, everyone got homework. And by the way, I was not exempt. I made a lot of phone calls. There was one day that I made literally 50 phone calls in one day, believe it or not. And that was to representatives and senators. So
I'm right there with you, brother.
Yep. Yeah, I know you were, Jimmy. So, but the thing was the call to action. That was the important part of putting out these videos day after day, week after week. Whenever there was new information and something new we needed the group to know, so they had, hey, you know, I'd love to be part of the fight, but tell me where the attention is needed. That was the importance of what we did. Ron Calzone does the same thing with his email network. He does the same thing. Aaron Dorr does the same thing with his. But that's what we couldn't get from Jared. But Jared did mention Sapa from time to time. And like I said, I don't want to make an enemy of Jared. I know he's trying to do some good stuff there, but I think he's motivated by clicks and revenue. That's his sole motivation. Sponsorships, what have you. Anyone who is associated with the NRA, I want nothing to do with. I know Jared dropped the NRA, I think it was in 2019. He actually made a video about that, and I saw it because I used to watch all of his videos. So he didn't drop them. He just, you know, was pointing out the inconsistencies and possible corruption within the NRA. He did at the time. Okay, let me get back to your comments here real quick. The one problem with guns movement, I see it, piss people off when I mention it. There's too much division in it. Well, MG Merkel, your right to bear arms shouldn't bring up tension or division. That's something that should bring us all together. All of us should acknowledge the fact that the Founding Fathers gave us the right to bear arms. And those who disagree with that should literally start a movement to actually amend the Second Amendment. And they won't do that because there's not enough strength or power to get that done. That's why they use all these backdoor methods.
Yeah, it's as plain as the nose on your face. I mean, I don't claim to be the best educated man on the face of the planet, that's for sure. But I can read the Second Amendment, and it tells me exactly that don't mess with this rule.
I was proud to hear that Guns and Gadgets say that, almost in a dismissive way, that the people of Missouri are incredibly vocal and nonstop about Second Amendment. I guess we and you guys are the ones he was talking about. I think you're right, POV, Prepper. I think you're right. And by the way, I did see that video. Let's see. I get why some downplayed Sapa in Missouri. For years, it's been pushed every time it was shot down. That is correct, MG, but that's because we didn't have the power of the grassroots movements that, you know, we developed over the last 2 years. You know, and by far and away, there's four, count them four. Ron Calzone, Missouri First, is the name of his organization. We're kind of an extension of his, so I'm not going to throw us in the mix. Aaron Dorr and the MRA. And Steve Lampley, I think he's MRA, but he had a lot to do with it too. If you want to include Truth, Money, and Freedom, we almost should, but because Brian Young brought attention to us, so we brought in all kinds of people that never heard about it before. So there's four of us, basically, that were literally the ones that were organizing the grassroots. So that was us, and it wasn't the four people that organized the grassroots that got it done. It was the grassroots that got it done. There is no doubt about this. I've talked to too many people up in Jeff City. This had nothing to do with Patrick Holland. This had nothing to do with Jimmy D or Ron Calzone. It had to do with the grassroots that we had formed. You guys are the ones who did it, actually.
Yeah, all we did is provide information on what to do and when to do it.
That's correct. Let's see. Michelle's talking about a gun range she has near her home there. Mark Twain Forest. Mark Twain Forest, Dade County. Let's see, Ozark County. What county would that be in, Michelle? I called all the senators in one day. I did that too multiple times. Ron chastised me a little bit for that. Go ahead.
Oh, Patrick, I just said ditto.
Oh, yep. Ron caught on to what I was doing, and we talked about that, and he says, "There you go. I don't know about you calling up every single senator and saying you're a constituent." And I said, "But that's true." And he says, "Yeah." He goes, they're getting used to your voice now. They're knowing it's you and all that. And I said, "I'm still going to keep doing it."
Patrick, you might want to relay the juvenile story.
I'm not going to. That was a private conversation between Ron and I. But
Okay.
But I think that once in a blue moon, I think that some of the things I did, like if you guys remember the video that I did with the Talk Junkies where I was talking about Sheriff Arnott, that was something that, in fact, never mind. Forget I said that. Let's see. TMF inspired me, so I'm only on YouTube, so thanks for your inspiration. No problem, Gabriel. I'm glad we were able to inspire you because, like I said, the phone calls and emails you sent were part of that effort that actually made this happen. So we are privileged to actually have something to do with you. So thank you, Gabriel. It was a culmination of everyone chipping away and persisting. That is correct, Casey Rich. Let's see. I lit up all the senators' phones during that filibuster. I felt sorry for that poor aide who's actually answering.
That's what they get paid for.
Yep. Yep. So basically we know how it got done. And other states, here's the problem. You guys remember when I was actually asking you guys directly on the channel in the videos if you guys knew of anyone else that was like me, that was kind of organizing the grassroots for Sapa in another state? And the sad answer is, okay, by the way, it's not because I was too lazy to do a cursory search on YouTube, because I did, and Twitch, and D-Link, D-Live, or not D-Link, I'm sorry, D-Tube, D-Live. I looked for these, and they didn't exist, gang. Aaron Dorr exists in multiple states. That I found him multiple times, but that was it. A guy like me, grassroots guy, not a paid organization guy, they didn't exist in these other states. If I'm not saying that you have to have a guy like me, but if you don't have a Ron Calzone in Utah, you're going to need a guy like me. You're going to have to. Period. End of story. Because the people won't know to call. They don't even know the bill exists. Nevertheless, who to call or where to put pressure when it's needed to get the bill through that incredible maze that most states have in their, litigation, legislative process. So this is the what we had in Missouri is we had good organization. We had, enough people around it. But gosh darn it, we had practice, didn't we, Jimmy D? Because this went on for, was it 8 years in Missouri?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. RG, I see your comment there, worked a gun booth a few weeks back in St. Charles. Means you're real close to me, actually. Hopefully, if you get an opportunity again, if you're doing some kind of work like that, you'll mention the Missouri Liberty Alliance and turn people on to what we're trying to do. And we hope that you will certainly stay with us as well. Sounds like you're kind of a new guy to us.
Michelle says she's pissed off at the big box Second Amendment channels for not advocating for us too, and I don't understand why. I don't really truly understand why. The fact that it seemed to be unilateral, across the board. It's, by the way, we just mentioned 3, but I think there's altogether 7 channels between Jimmy and I that we were trying to get their attention. But the fact that the lack of action unilaterally across all the channels told me that it wasn't worth it for them financially, or they had sponsors that they were worried about upsetting or losing for supporting the Sapa movement in Missouri. These are the only things that I can think of. I'd like to think that Mark at God, Family, and Guns has a very specific reason but didn't want to share. And I think it's because he doesn't like to cover politics on his channel. And he saw this as political, and it is, I guess. I meant so. But it's his state, and it's God, Family, and Guns. And
and the simple fact is, without the political system, we wouldn't have gotten this. So it's the only venue with which we have to deal with topics like this.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So I'm almost wanting to give Mark at God, Family, and Guns, a pass, because he doesn't cover politics. Period. End of story. We had to cover the politicians and the maneuvering. We had to cover all that stuff.
Well, I am still a little bit, I don't know what you'd call it. I'm not really miffed. I'm not really mad. But when I corrected him on what Sapa will do or won't do, because he was under the impression that we're kicking federal officers out of the state and all kinds of stuff, which he literally said in that video. And when I corrected him, I would have expected at least a reply like, I'm sorry, I screwed up. You're absolutely right. I read the bill. You're right. But I didn't get a response at all. So I don't know what to make of it.
Well, maybe what we can do is we can schedule, basically, as we move forward with Liberty Alliance, Missouri Liberty Alliance, maybe we can, get something going with Mark at God, Family, and Guns.
Maybe.
Now, Jared, I'm much, much, much less likely to give a pass to, because it wasn't just me. In fact, on the channel earlier, Pika or Nevada Cario was on. Nevada Cario, Rez and Nunn. I saw you guys actually leaving comments in Guns and Gadgets, along with Jimmy D and myself. Plus, I was sending him personal emails. He ignored all of them. There were multiple people trying to bring him to Truth, Money, and Freedom to help us with Sapa, because he has a big reach. We do not. And it doesn't matter how many people joined in on that effort. They all went untouched. So, at any rate, also Gunspot, they simply ignored us too, and they don't have hundreds of comments per video. They have like 30, maybe 40 comments per video on average, and with about 11,000 total subs. So I figured they're just ignoring us. They're in Missouri as well. So, and by the way, this isn't a hate session. That's not the purpose of this. I just wanted to let you guys know that we tried to gather a larger group of people. But now that Sapa's passed, I think we're going to get a lot more attention from these channels. After the fact, after we were successful, after we fought the battle, after by the way, we took a lot of arrows, gang. Like I said, we switched out one set of teeth for another set of teeth because of the Missouri Sheriff's Association. I will make a video about this on the Missouri Liberty Alliance.
Patrick, as long as we're, saying, this, as much as we're not trying to make it a negative thing, I'm not holding any animosity against these guys. I don't understand their positions, but I'm not going to hate on them. But we should be mentioning people who helped us out. For instance, a gentleman by the name of Bo Matthews,
mm-hmm.
who is a local radio DJ 97.1 here in the St. Louis area, who unfortunately found out about us late, and we found out about him late, but nonetheless jumped right in there almost immediately within the same week and graced Patrick and I with an on-air interview. So that went out to a bucket load of people, I'm sure, heard that on 97.1. So kudos to Bo Matthews, kudos to 97.1, for having a conservative platform that allows them to promote things like this.
Yep. Oh, Ellie, 1978 is with us. Hey there, Ellie. We're at the tail end of a very long live stream here. We just got the Second Amendment Preservation Act signed by the governor, kind of celebrating. We are very, very unique now out of all 50 states. We have more gun rights, more gun liberties than any other state of the union now as of today in the state of Missouri. And it's because of the grassroots effort. So part of it is, basically a tribute to the Truth, Money, and Freedom folks that worked with us to make those phone calls, to send those emails, to get the job done, to spend the time, to actually, make the effort to get it done. And by the way, Jimmy and I were not the only ones that made trips to Jefferson City. There were other folks in Truth, Money, and Freedom who did that, and I can't remember the names of them right now. And I am really sorry.
Some of them weren't even associated with us, Patrick, that we met up there. That didn't.
Yeah.
They had their own little grassroots thing going on, and they should be stop and take a bow as well, because they took their time and their money and their expense and all of that stuff and went up there and did it.
Yep. And I can't forget to mention Casey Rich, who actually joined us up there this last time.
Oh yeah, Casey Rich, yeah. Big boy, by the way, big boy.
Yep.
You don't want to mess with Casey Rich. He'll put a hammer on your head.
Yep. And Sir Vixalot says, Ellie effing rules. Yes, she does. She's got a great channel. Ellie, let me get you mod status. You should have mod status. Oh, that's right. You got a new channel. I forgot about that. Give me a moment. I'll get you mod status. Throw your channel in, Ellie.
Resin, thank you very much. We believe me, guys, we don't mean to omit anyone. It's just that there's so many of you who went above and beyond to help us that, it's almost impossible for the human mind to remember you all. But, Resin, thank you very much. Anybody who can actually get in their car and take the time to drive up to Jeff City for a cause, you're a pretty dedicated dude.
Yep. Yeah, Resin, I think that was you. I couldn't remember who it was, where you went up there and you brought like your neighbor with you, or your wife or your neighbor or something like that. You were telling me about that. And in fact, Liberty keeps talking about us all getting together. And maybe we should consider that for sometime this summer. We'll talk about it on Missouri Liberty Alliance. But maybe we should...
Liberty, explain to us what you're talking about. You're saying that you're looking at the podcast on comments under the propaganda stories on Sapa on Facebook. It's a dumpster fire. Well, what do you mean by that?
Yep. Ellie, I know you're not here for that, but I do want you to please throw a link into your channel for us. But I understand you're not here for that. So, and also, you've always been a mod for Truth, Money, and Freedom. But I forgot, Ellie has been telling the truth about the beer flu. Ellie lost her channel over that on YouTube and had to start over with a brand new YouTube channel. So Ellie covers a lot of stuff having to do with, I don't know if you're covering beer flu anymore because you still have your new channel, Ellie. I had to stop because they gave me a strike, a medical misinformation strike. So Ellie, thank you for coming in, and you'll always be a mod with us. Ellie is an old friend of ours. She's been in our Discord group for almost 4 years. And Ellie's just a wonderful person. And we're grateful to have her as part of Truth, Money, and Freedom. And Casey Rich says he's down for a get-together as well. I think that's a great idea. We should probably come up with a central place, if people don't want to travel as far as where I live, but a central place where there's a gun range and there's a motel or a hotel there, basically, and we can just all get together and celebrate what we accomplished. What we got done. And by the way, don't minimize, every one of you are individuals. Don't minimize your contributions. Those phone calls and those emails and those visits were critical, absolutely critical. And if you participated in that, you actually helped make it happen. Yeah, she is an amazing mod. In fact, that's the thing. She was a mod with Truth, Money, and Freedom, but it was with the channel that YouTube shut down because Ellie was telling the truth about the beer flu, and the YouTube doesn't want the truth about the beer flu. So she lost her channel, and she had to create a new one, and now she came in with her new one so I could make her a mod. Good deal. And yes, Charlie, congratulations to us Missourians. Yeah, the commenters under the local news stories. Yep, in fact, that's what I'm going to be doing with the videos when I'm going after the politicians and the sheriffs, is bringing up those local news stories. Yep, I have many examples of that. And in fact, it's so bad. KY3, Springfield News Leader, Color 10, mainly KY3, was so anti-Sapa. It just was dripping with it. Every story they put out.
The fact remains, Liberty, that shouldn't surprise you. This mainstream medium and this leftist side of the planet is basically going to badmouth anything that has anything to do with freedom or the Constitution. So that's just the way it is.
If you guys look in the description section of my video, actually I'm partnered with Ellie, with her channel, and I think I updated it. Let's see. So at any rate, I should have Ellie's channel listed. We partnered up with Ellie's channel some 3 years ago, and I think I've updated it with the new channel, Ellie. If you wouldn't mind checking that out for me real quick and let me know that it's updated okay. In the description section, there should be, under TMF Partners, you should see Ellie's channel. Scott Mason, TC, are you going to have the time to juggle both TMF and MLA? Yes, I can. However, I'm going to encourage a couple members of TMF to take a more active role in providing content on that channel, Scott. So,
Prepper POV, if you're going to modern weapon systems, you got to be real close to me, dude.
Yep, we're going on 4 hours. That's right, another Ubatubathon. Well, this is our Ubatubathon. This is our moment, gang. So let's enjoy our moment. I'm going to have to get up and go to the bathroom here real quick, though. But I'm sure Jimmy D can keep you all entertained when that moment comes. And Ellie, here is a link to our new channel on YouTube. This is just for the Missouri stuff. And this primarily, was based on the work we did with Sapa, but the work we did with Sapa is going to be expanded upon because we have lots of opportunities in Missouri with this new law, protecting the Second Amendment, for Missouri residents. And we're going to explore all those opportunities for getting gun manufacturers, firearm accessories manufacturers, ammunition manufacturers in Missouri to start a state firearms license as opposed to a federal firearms license. There's lots of opportunities here that we're going to explore with this new channel. So we're going to spearhead that. Jimmy D and I are going to actually take the leap and actually start working this. Hopefully grow the channel and grow liberty in Missouri at the same time. Yeah, I know corporate media is pushing the non-existent domestic violence loophole. I know that, Casey Rich. We will cover that on the new channel. In fact, that's coming real quick because the Democrats in Missouri have already vowed to push that next year, 2022 legislative year.
In this legislative deal, they were all bleeding and blatting about that.
Yep, that's actually, I believe that's their primary goal, is to actually poke holes in SAPA next year. So that's another very big thing we'll have to work on here with the Missouri Liberty Alliance. Thank you, Ellie. And Ellie, please do check. I can't do that from where I'm set up right now. Actually, I probably can. Give me a second here. Let's make sure Ellie's channel is still alive and well. Let's see. Ellie's channel right here in our partners. Yep, it goes to Ellie. So, guys, in the description section below, you'll find Truth Money and Freedom Partners. And Ellie is listed there. And just click on that link. That'll take you right to her channel if you're interested in. Like I said, she covered the I gotta say, out of all the folks on YouTube, Ellie was able to keep her channel longer by using different language. She learned the YouTube speak. She kept her channel alive longer than, for instance, Dollar Vigilante left in October. I'm sorry, was kicked out of YouTube. The amazing Polly, is that her name? There were plenty of people that were talking about the beer flu, but they weren't using the new words to get around the algorithms. Ellie did that very well. She mastered it, and that's why she was able to keep her channel as long as she did. But YouTube eventually caught on to what she was doing, telling the truth about the beer flu, shut her channel down, and she had to start fresh with a brand new channel. That's what happened with Ellie. Prepper POV. He made sure to post that video. Let's see, did you watch ROTC with Alex Jones the other day, Ellie? And so, waiting for Ellie to respond. I don't get a chance to watch much, gang, so... Bennett Springs is pretty central. Camping is cheap, great fishing, there's a solid outdoor long range. Let's see, 30 minutes away. Okay, Liberty, we can start looking into that and start set a date and start planning. Okay, Jimmy, you got anything for us?
Patrick, I tell you what, my friend, other than just to thank all these wonderful people again, I think we've pretty much beaten this one to death. You know, but all of you, please stay with us, stay tuned. There are things coming down the road, like we started in this conversation. Now that we have Sapa, there's going to be a whole bunch of new questions. There's going to be a need for modification of existing laws, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And like we said at the start of this thing, Patrick and I have basically committed ourselves to being the godfather, watchdog, sheepdog, whatever you want to call it, for this thing, because I just know that these crazy leftists are going to come after us with a vengeance, because well, we all saw what they did in the Senate, okay? Sapa passed the Senate, then they filibustered the whole rest of the session because they were so ticked off, and nothing else got done. Well, that's not a very brilliant solution for government, is it? So they're like a bunch of little spoiled kids, and they'll keep coming, and they'll keep coming. So it's up to us to stand in their way.
Yep, positive looks ahead for Missouri and you guys. Well, thank you very much, Prepper. Guys, we're going to keep this going, and we're going to grow it, and we're going to get it stronger. And like I said, actually, you guys would be surprised here because of what happened. When the word gets out what happened, there's going to be a lot of folks that are going to want to move themselves, their families, and their businesses to Missouri. You know, to basically take advantage of the liberty that we have here that other states simply don't have. This was historic. It was unique. It's epic, actually. Epic is probably the best word.
Yeah, I believe, you know, these are my personal beliefs, that without the Second Amendment, everything else in the United States Constitution, the wheels fall off the bus. And so now that we've got this little bit of legislation and we've got a forward momentum going, and we're going to stay with it. We're not going to let them destroy it again. You know, no more sitting on the couch eating tater chips. It's time to get your butts up to Jeff City, keep making them phone calls, stay tuned with Patrick and I, so that you know what's going on, you know who to call. We are going to keep it going. I'm not about to let any of it slip away.
Yep, we'll keep it alive, we'll keep it strong, and we'll keep basically the most important thing is keep people informed of what's going on. That's the one thing that was a missing component in the Second Amendment Preservation Act going over all the years. Although there was an easy pass in 2013, Jay Nixon shut it down, and the Missouri Sheriff's Association got involved and shut a senator down. So there are pitfalls, and the more grassroots support you have, the more you can avoid those. And correct, Casey Rich says, people need to fix their own states. so they could take America back. That is correct. I've talked about this on Truth, Money, and Freedom. Forget the federal government. They are lost. We have to fix our own states. That's it. That's what we got to do. And the more you fix your own states, this is the beauty of it, gang. The more you fix your own states, the less power the federal government has. With the less power they have, basically, they're going to have to reorganize. They're going to have to figure out something to actually still exist. This is the beginning of nullification on several levels. Financial, Second Amendment wise. And now we didn't nullify, all Second Amendment laws with what we did with Sapa. But what we did is we took that power back to Missouri so we can decide what Second Amendment laws we want in the state of Missouri. That makes sense to us here. Ham Radio Network, that is a very interesting thing. And MG Merkel, stay with us because actually I'm not opposed to that. I think that's a great idea. By the way, I do have ham radios.
Yes, Prepper POV, you're also talking about the Bofangs. It may or may not interest you to know that my son and I have the very same idea. We each have a radio, and you seem to be relatively close to me. So I'm all on board with that ham radio thing too. It's just that from what I understand, and I may be misinformed, but it's kind of an elitist kind of club that ham radio operator licensed guys, I've heard nobody likes to help the newbie, but that may be false information.
Yep, so starting a ham radio network is a pretty cool idea. It sounds like a lot of fun too. And we can, get something like that, going. Guys, once again, I just can't say it enough. Thank you so much for everything you've done, all of you, for making these phone calls and sending these emails and actually working this with us. Like I said, it couldn't have been done without you. So we will keep you guys updated. We will go ahead and continue working the Missouri Liberty Alliance. Some of you, Chris he is left now, but he's left a lot of messages with me on Facebook. And so at any rate, I'll be responding to those. Liberty Resistance is also going to be working with us as well. And anyone who wants to help us out with this grassroots effort to actually get our liberties back in the state of Missouri. We made one hell of a great leap today with the Second Amendment Preservation Act with teeth. No state has this. Guys, it's just us here in Missouri. That's it. And watch for the blackout from the mainstream media that it even happened at all. I don't think they're gonna put up negative news about it. I think they're gonna ignore it. Much like the big box Second Amendment channels ignored us. I think we're going to get the same treatment from the mainstream media. So, but I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up now, Jimmy, unless you got anything else. Or, hey, if anyone asks any questions that got missed, please throw them in the chat right now. And I'm going to actually go to the little boys' room real quick. I'll have Jimmy entertain you guys while I'm gone.
Oh, okay, Patrick, you're off and running, I guess.
Yep, I am.
Prepper POV, it sounds like you got you passed your technician's license with 100%. Listen, I would really, really appreciate it, sir, if you would stay in touch with the channel and stay with us because, as you heard, both I and Patrick have an interest in this ham radio network. My son has a radio, I have a radio, yada, yada, yada. And I would very much appreciate it if you kind of, we've got an awful lot of stuff on our plates between Patrick and I, but if we've got a ham radio guy that knows what he's doing and can help us out with that and help out other viewers, listeners, that'd be great. So put a little thing down here and okay, so you have a video on how to program okay, I don't know which one it is I had. Let me see. I've got it sitting right here next to me, as a matter of fact. Let me see what this is. Sir Vixalot, what is Jimmy Bill Cooper? Well, I'm sorry, I'm missing the point. Let's see. I don't see a model number on here, guys. So I don't know what it is. I think it was like $60 or something, and we put larger antennas on them. so that we could hopefully talk to one another, and we can hit or miss, but they need a better antenna even. So, like I said, if you could stick with us and just interject and help us out with this, we'd appreciate it. Oh, I see now. There you go. I would help in any way I can. You probably have a UV5R. Perhaps I do. My son actually bought them. I had suggested it to him one day, and then he thought it was a great idea, so he bought it. And we got primarily the information. I don't know if you know who Wrangler Star is. You know, he's a big super YouTuber dude. But he uses them on his place up in Idaho or wherever he's at. And Ellie, I appreciate that. That's great. Yeah. The 5RV2, RG Merkel. Okay. Yeah, that sounds like that's a direct line to everybody. So, in essence, Prepper, you're kind of tasked with being our ham radio guru, looks like. So, there you go. Let's see, I will get a link. Okay, thanks, Ellie, appreciate it. And like I said, Prepper POV, you are our ham radio guru. We expect you to stay with us now. You're committed.
Yep. Yep, you just got assigned homework.
Yeah, that's right. Michelle wants a. I'll tell you what, Prepper POV. Ask Prepper POV. He's our ham radio guru. The only thing I know is I have the radio, and my son and I have communicated briefly on it, but we need bigger antennas. So that's all I know.
Let's see if I can find my hams real quick.
Patrick, I told Prepper POV that we were, we got a lot on our plate, so and you caught the last part of that. I designated him the channel ham guy.
Yep. I don't have a Bofang. I have a Lexian and a Grival. So those are the two I have.
We got the little ones that they got a short.
Oh, no. The Grival, I'm sorry. The Grival, or the Lexian, is a ham radio in your car. That's a car one. And no, that's the Lexion. The Grival, I haven't opened it from the plastic yet. Yeah, but knife. Knife go through plastic. Alright, let's take a look at this bad boy. And I got another one in a box over there. Okay. Grival.
Hey, Patrick, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Prepper POV says he's got a website. Let's see, wait a minute. No, he has a video on how to program that specific radio. That's one of the things it's a typical guy thing, I guess, Prepper, and, I don't want to sit down and read the instructions. My son and I just basically learned how to click it onto high power or low power, and we just picked a channel and we tried yakking at each other from his house to my house, and we were having very little luck until we switched to a little bit longer antenna, one of those military type fold down ones. But even at that, we need a better antenna. So would you agree with that philosophy or not?
Yeah, the antenna matters, but it's the wattage that really matters, and for power. But as long as the wattage you have can hit a repeater, you're generally okay.
Well, these both things are supposed to be pretty good. They've got, 7 watts, 8 watts, something like that?
Something like that, yep.
So feel free to jump in here anytime, Prepper POV, because I don't know what I'm talking about.
Graduation parties for Ellie. Okay, thank you, Ellie, for coming in. Let's see. God bless you all. And God bless you, Ellie. Thank you very much. And, once again, you're a very valued member of Truth, Money, and Freedom. And I'm glad we got you set up with mod status again with your new channel. We'll make sure that you're a mod on Missouri Liberty Alliance. I know that you're not in Missouri, but you're one hell of a mod. And so we'll make sure that you have that position over there at Missouri Liberty Alliance when we get that going. And thank you for just being around and being the person you are, and for being a warrior for the truth, Ellie. It's appreciated. Prepper POV has his own YouTube channel. Okay, I just subscribed. She put a link in. I didn't even know Prepper POV had a channel.
Yeah, put a link in.
She did. It's in the chat. It's in the YouTube chat. Just check it.
Oh, I see it. Okay.
In fact, I want to subscribe on Timmy Chonga as well. So we'll get that done right here. Subscribe. Hey everyone, subscribe to Prepper POV here. He looks like a very, very handy guy with the Second Amendment thing. Oh yeah, there we go. He's got videos even about shortwave. He's got lots of reasons to sub to his channel, gang. So you guys go ahead, that link that Ellie put in. I just subbed from Truth, Money, and Freedom and Timmy Chonga. And thank you for that link, Ellie. I didn't even know you had a channel, man. You should have told us. Take care, Ellie.
What do you think, my friend? You gonna keep her rolling, or you gonna shut her down?
Nope, I think we're gonna shut her down. So, but once again, thank you all for coming in today and sharing this day with us. Like I said, this is historic, and you guys who live in Missouri right now, you guys, you're trailblazers is what you are. You're trailblazers. You guys are... I'm not even sure I have the right words for it. We have something here that the rest of the country, most of the rest of the country, will probably never have. So please join us with Missouri Liberty Alliance as we keep that freedom, that liberty, and we expand on it, and we start taking advantage of it to bring firearm and firearm accessories and ammunition manufacturers to Missouri, as we continue to make sure that good legislation happens in the state of Missouri, that we form a grassroots that literally has its way with anything that we do constitutionally, that we get it done.
Patrick, did you see where Liberty says he's got a channel as well?
Oh, okay. No, I didn't. Okay, I see that now. I've got a channel too. Just don't have much up yet. Okay, let us know when you get... Well, hang on. Throw your channel in anyway, Liberty.
Yeah, that'll incentivize you to put some content up there.
They used to have it so you could just click on the person and go to their channel. They've taken that away on YouTube now. Casey Rich says it still hasn't sunk in yet for me. Actually, I experienced that when I got the notification from Ron Calzone that the signing was going to happen on Saturday, and that was on Thursday. And I put a video up that day, and it still didn't sink in until Friday that it's actually done.
I don't think it's fully sunk in with me either. It just, I know it intellectually, I know it, but that feeling isn't there. That I don't know. I don't think the feeling of freedom is caught up yet.
Yep. So, if you guys don't mind, I'm going to put in one more time the link to the new YouTube channel. Be sure and subscribe to the new channel, which is where we're going to keep all of our Missouri stuff. That's the Missouri Liberty Alliance. If you're in another state, and if you want to be active and do the kinds of things we're doing, I encourage you to create a YouTube channel with your state's name, Liberty Alliance. So let's just say the Tennessee Liberty Alliance. And then basically start growing your grassroots, and we can help you grow your grassroots. You can help us grow our grassroots to go back to liberty in the United States, because I think that's missing here. Hey, Prepper, it was cool that you were with us. You brought a lot of value to this. Thank you very much.
Yes, Prepper, we expect you to be hanging around. There's no excuses.
Okay.
You're a permanent part of the gang now for sure. Liberty, same goes for you. Every single one of you guys, Casey, Rich, you need to get here sooner. You're tardy. I'm handing out tardy slips. Casey, Rich, you're in trouble.
Yeah. KC, you missed out on a whole bunch here, buddy. Yeah, but you'll be able to go back and see it after the fact, too. Okay. And Liberty Resistance, or I'm sorry, Liberty Revolutionary. Yep. So, yeah, good deal. Well, Liberty, we got to work with you to get some content up and running on your channel. So, you're a part of our network there, buddy. So, yeah, unfortunately, you're gonna have to put some content up. We'll help you, though. And if you want to partake in, like, for instance, we'll probably start doing, I'm going to probably do, I didn't really want to, but I'll probably do a Discord for Missouri Liberty Alliance. And that way people can all come in on the voice chat. So you guys can actually participate in real time on these live streams. You guys could all talk instead of type. So we'll probably do that, and that way we could get live streams done and get them recorded. Does Casey Rich have enough Red Bull and Jaeger? That's a good question, M. Gabriel.
We're going to find out.
Yeah. And Sir Vix-a-lot, hey, thank you, man. Let's see. The Senate passing felt like winning the Super Bowl. It kind of did. Because that was a real source of contention. We knew we wouldn't have a problem in the House. The Senate was always the question. Today was like hanging out at the White House with the Prez after winning. Yeah, but not with Biden.
No, we can't hang out with Pervy Joe.
Okay, all right, Liberty says Discord, yes. Guys, the benefit of having a Discord group is you guys could all come in and we could all participate in a voice chat as opposed to typing, and you guys just listening to Jimmy D's and my boring voices, you guys could come in and talk too. And so I'll tell you what then, I will make a Discord group literally for the Missouri Liberty Alliance. So holy crap, man, we'll be covering a lot of ground.
Thank you, RG.
Go ahead.
I said thank you, RG. He says he's going to put something Missouri Liberty Alliance on his Facebook page.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Yep, and if you guys have any Facebook groups, because I may not do a Facebook page for Missouri Liberty Alliance, I may create a group instead. And I'm sure those of you who know Facebook know the difference. I think it'd be more beneficial to do a group. Yeah, you mean...
It's AC Rich. You mean Trump isn't the president anymore?
No, I'm sorry, he's not. Yeah.
Sorry to burst your bubble there, Casey.
Yeah. Well, he may have had like 3 or 4 Jägermeisters now, so...
Who knows?
Twitch
Not
link.
that big, though. It'd take like 8 or 10, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. Here is our Twitch, gang, for the Missouri Liberty Alliance. And then also D-Link, or I'm sorry, D-Live, which once again, when we do live streams with Missouri Liberty, we'll do it on all 3 platforms simultaneously. So there you go. And hopefully we can start growing this channel here. Okay. All right, gang. Well, I think I'm going to go ahead and cut it now at this point. 4 hours and 15 minutes. That's how long this... What's that?
Yuba-Tubathon.
Yep, another Yuba-Tubathon. Not an 11-hour one, though.
No, that's true.
So thanks again for everyone being here. I know DLive is trash. It does give you access to another audience that you wouldn't otherwise have, though, Sir Vix-a-Lot. That's the only benefit of it. Yeah, fascist book. 8 accounts deleted in the last year. Yep. Yeah, especially if you want to talk about the beer flu. You talk about the beer flu. Holy crap! What other stuff have I've had so much stuff censored. That's why I stopped even using it. I mean, I just use it for the groups now. So, yeah, it was good having you two here, Prepper. Prepper, are you in Missouri, by the way? I think you are.
He's got to be real close to me.
Yeah. I didn't actually set up a Discord yet, so I'll set up a Discord link and make sure that that's incorporated into the first video that we put on Missouri Liberty Alliance. Time to
Casey,
grill.
we'll see you later, buddy.
Yep. Take care, Casey Rich. But yeah, guys, I'll have a Discord here I'd say by the end of this weekend. I should have that done. And, or Discord, I got to build that server.
Yeah, me too, Prepper POV. Mm-hmm. I know you're close to me.
Yep. Wonderful to have you with us, Prepper.
And look at RG Merkel says Prepper probably isn't far from me, which means he isn't far from me either. So there's the three that are in a pretty tight little location there, it looks like.
It's a small world, isn't it?
That's cool, man. I like that.
The Modelo virus. All right.
Thanks, Gabriel. Appreciate it, man. Love you, brother.
Yep, thanks, Gabriel.
Sister. I'm not sure it's only an M.
I think M. Gabriel is a man. Man Gabriel, I think.
Ah, okay. Well, I was just trying to cover both the bases on that initial.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and wrap her up, gang. So, once again, thank you all for joining us today for this extremely exciting day. Very long podcast, really, but a live stream, in other words. But historic, epic. I mean, what other words can you use to describe what happened here? But this is the beginning of something really wonderful, and we'll all be here to help shape what comes next. And RG Merkel, don't you worry, we're going to have a Discord here before Wednesday. I'm kind of elaborate with Discord, so basically it's going to be set up very nicely. And
yeah, he's basically the Discord king, so don't worry.
Yep. Yep. Okay. All right. Well, thanks again for joining, gang. You guys all have a wonderful rest of your weekends. Relax, enjoy, celebrate. Have one on me, by the way. And then basically we should probably be doing some updates here with the Missouri Liberty Alliance. You guys can see that by Wednesday. Wednesday of this coming up week, we should have updates on Missouri Liberty Alliance. And we should also, hopefully, have Twitter and Facebook and a few other Discord all set up by then as well. So, and I want to thank, basically Liberty, basically for everything you're offering to do to help us out with graphics. So, Auf Wiedersehen, he says.
Yeah, and Prepper with the ham radio thing.
Yep, and Prepper with the ham radio thing. Yep, anything you guys can think of. Like I said, Jimmy and I can't think of it all. The more of us we have, the smarter we are.
Yeah,
So-
we're jet scientists, but we're not quite rocket scientists.
That's right. Okay. All right. Well, you guys all take care. Have a blessed weekend. And thank you again for everything you've done. Take care, gang. See you, Jimmy.
Thanks, guys. See you later.